Welcome to live coverage of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals from Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's the second of the finals days here at the Club Nationals. There was finals on Friday, and today the remaining races out of the 71 that were being competed for here at Oak Ridge. These are events numbers 38 through 71, beginning with the women's senior 8A final. 5 boats in this race. In lane 2 is Pennsylvania Athletic Club. In lane 3 is a composite boat of MBC and the USRowing Development at the University of Minnesota. Lane 4 is Vesper, the defending team champions for the Club Nationals. In lane 5 is Thompson Boat Center Racing, and in lane 6, Pennsylvania Athletic Club B boat, the women's senior 8A final, as we allow the starting ref to count down the boats, acknowledge each of the teams, and we'll get racing underway. The racing schedule today from 9 o'clock start to the last race starting at 1:21. The last 2 races of the day are 500-meter singles dashes, the women's and then the men's. But the competition will begin with the women's senior 8A final. There are varying ages of rowers in the Club Nationals, everything from high school students up to college students, all members of clubs. Some 1,500 crews have been competing here in the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. And it has been interesting weather for Tennessee in July, usually hot and humid and sunny. It has been cool and gray and overcast. One of the U.S. Rowing referees this morning at the hotel was talking about how this looked more like her hometown of Seattle than it did Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And they're off in the women's senior 8A final, the first of the races for medals here on this Sunday for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. Again, in lane 2 is the Pennsylvania Athletic Club. Lane 3, a composite boat with MBC, the U.S. Rowing Development, University of Minnesota. And lane 4 is Vesper. Lane 5, Thompson Boat Center Racing. Lane 6 is the Pennsylvania Athletic Club, the boat you see right there with the black and yellow oars. 2 boats, Pennsylvania Athletic Club C in lane 2 and Pennsylvania Athletic Club B in lane 6. Blue and yellow, not black and yellow, from what I was watching from the picture here. Clean start in this first race of the day. 500 meters down the course as these women's senior 8s battling it out in this 2,000-meter race. Perfect conditions for racing right now. A little rain this morning, but right now relatively flat water, no wind. It is overcast with the sun peeking through slightly. Lovely morning to be out on the water, unless you're racing for a medal at the Club Nationals, and then it's all work and hard work for the 2,000 meters down the course. U.S. Rowing would like to thank the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, the SRAA. They are the video sponsor, allowing you to catch this live stream of the Club Nationals from Oak Ridge, Tennessee, via the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel. Thanks again to the SRAA for all the coverage here. Through the 500-meter mark, it's that composite boat from NBC and the U.S. Rowing Development University of Minnesota boat in lane 3, fighting with Vesper in lane 4. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, the Vesper Club is trying to defend their championship from last year. They were the team winners for the Club Nationals, hoping to hold that on the first finals day. They had 19 boats that were competing. In this particular finals day, they have 18 boats, if I was counting right. It is Vesper in the lead, though, approaching the 750-meter mark. Vesper with a 3-seat lead over the composite boat in lane 3. Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat C in lane 2 is in third, and the Pennsylvania B boat is trailing in fourth. Those Pennsylvania Athletic Club boats on the outside lanes. Thompson Boat Center Racing trailing the field by about a half a boat length as they approach the halfway mark. It is Vesper in the lead. Of course, there are team points for men's, teams points for women for the points trophies, and the team points for team overall. Vesper is in the lead as of this morning and before this race ends with the 104 points. 218 points total for the overall points trophy. They're also leading with 104 points in the women's points. But Vesper out ahead with an 8-seat lead through the 1,000-meter mark, trying to hold on while the composite boat there in lane 3 tagging right along. Meanwhile, it's the Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat B in lane 6 that's in third right now. The Pennsylvania C boat in lane 2 in fourth, and the Thompson Boat Center boat in fifth. Looks like the composite boat in lane 3 biding their time as Vesper continues to lead. Still about an 8-seat advantage. Very slow, steady, powerful strokes in this women's senior 8A final. Vesper beginning to pour it on a little bit more, but the developing boat beginning to turn on the jets as well with 500 meters to go.
Okay, Dean, you're cutting out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dean, you're out.
The composite boat in lane 3 trying to keep up with Vesper in this first race of the day for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals here in Oak Ridge. Vesper in the lead by a boat length. The composite boat in lane 3 striving to try to maintain contact and close the gap with that boat from Vesper. Meanwhile, the Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat B in third place, C from Pennsylvania in fourth, and the Thompson Boat Center boat in lane 5 is basically going to be battling it out for that fifth spot in this 5-boat race. But it's going to be a race between the composite boat from Minnesota and the boat from Vesper from Philadelphia as they enter the red buoys with just a couple hundred meters to go in this first race of the day, the women's senior 8A final. The composite boat beginning to pour it on. Their coxswain asking for a slightly higher stroke rate as they try to catch up with Vesper. They're still 90 meters from the finish line. Vesper seeing that challenge, trying to hold off. Vesper had an 8-seat lead, but right now the composite boat in lane 3 has begun to move up on them. They only have a few strokes left to the finish line, and it looks like Vesper will win the gold. In the women's senior 8A final, here at the Club Nationals, Vesper in first, a composite boat from Minnesota in lane 3 in second. Crossing the line for bronze is the first of the two boats from Pennsylvania Athletic Club in the race, the B boat. Thompson Boat Center comes back to place fourth, and it's the other Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat in the race crossing fifth in the Women's Senior 8A final here in Oak Ridge at the Club Nationals.
Brian, you are live. You're live right now, though, Brian.
From the sweet boats, the big eights, to the scullers. Here at the Club Nationals, here's the women's intermediate lightweight quad final. Four boats in the race. In lane 2, Harborside A. In lane 3, the Vesper B boat. In lane 4, Port Rowing A. And in lane 5, Vesper A. Again, in the team points chase, Vesper is in the lead. They had 19 boats on the first finals day. They have 18 boats competing today. And they, as long as they perform well and continue their very fine performance, they will come out on top of the team points and perhaps on top of the women's points. They are lagging slightly behind when it comes to the men's points trophy, but we'll see what happens. But Vesper in the lead here in the women's intermediate lightweight quad final. Vesper in the lead, followed by Port Rowing in lane 4. Port Rowing out of Port Washington, Long Island. Two boats from Vesper in this race. Vesper A in lane 5, and they are the one in the lead. Let me quantify and qualify that. With Vesper B in second right now, and then Port Rowing in third. But Vesper A about a boat length ahead of the Vesper B boat through the 1,000-meter mark. Looking very confident and smooth. Nice swing to the boat in that Vesper A. Vesper, one of the first to organize a women's rowing team back in 1970. And Vesper has deep roots in the history of rowing, especially in Philadelphia. They began in 1865 in Philadelphia. And it really shows with their performance here at these 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals, because they have been looking very good on the boat in the water. And right now, they have two boats out in front here in the women's intermediate lightweight quad, with the Vesper A boat now open water lead over Vesper B, then Port Rowing and Harborside behind them. The teammates battling it out here in the women's intermediate lightweight quad, with the Vesper A boat in the lead, Vesper B just behind, and I'm sure the Vesper B girls are wanting to really give their teammates a challenge. But Vesper A looking very confident and smooth as they're sculling on the smooth waters of Melton Hill Lake here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. But the Vesper B boat looking just as confident with nice, powerful strokes. They're in second place. Port Rowing trailing them by about a boat length in third, and Harborside in lane 2 is in fourth right now in this four-boat race. A soggy day yesterday for the time trials and heats here to set up the second half of these club nationals, kind of two regattas in one. They race time trials, heats, semis, and finals for races 1 through 37 in the first portion of the regatta, and then races 38 through 71 in the second half. So these are the finals for the 38 through 71, and the heats and semis yesterday were quite damp. Drizzle most of the day, not necessarily a washout, but very unusual. But rowers are used to that, so nothing out of the ordinary. Vesper A continuing to lead by about a boat length. Vesper B right behind them. Port Rowing is several boat lengths behind those two boats from Vesper. And the boat from Harborside must have had some kind of equipment issue, and they're just barely reaching the 1,000-meter mark right now, while these other boats in the race are entering the red buoys with about 200 meters to go. Vesper A has been dominating this race from about the 500-meter mark. They continue to look confident and smooth, stroking towards the finish line. The Vesper B boat trying to close the gap between those two. But Vesper A looking for a gold medal. The women's intermediate lightweight quad final here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. Vesper A confidently crossing the finish line to win the gold. The Vesper B boat just about 2 boat lengths behind, coming in to finish up for the silver. Here comes the boat from Port Rowing, crossing the line third to finish here at the Club Nationals in the women's intermediate lightweight quad final. Racing for the medals here. Next at the Club Nationals, the men's Junior A8 final. In lane 1, Cambridge. In lane 2 is a composite entry, Long Island Rowing Club and Sagamore Rowing Association. Lane 3, the Pennsylvania Athletic Club A. Lane 4 is the Seattle Area A. Lane 5 is Thompson Boat Center Racing A. And in lane 6, it's Dallas United A. The men's Junior 8A final here at the Club Nationals. 1,500 crews from around the nation have been here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee all week competing. Competition began on Wednesday with the first set of finals on Friday. This is the second day of finals for the Club Nationals. Wide range of ages competing here. These are the Junior A, meaning the older of the junior rowers. They could be 18, up to 18 years old this year. They turned 19. They were competing on a different level, but these are the Junior A, the oldest of the junior rowers. Usually the battle is in the center of the course. This time it's on the outside edge with a battle between the Seattle Area A boat and the Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat. Also Pennsylvania Athletic Club in the mix in their blue and yellow unis, and boats. These 8 usually very exciting races. They stick close together for most of the course and then towards the end begin to spread out and make their moves. But right now, as you can see, looking right across the course, with Pennsylvania Athletic Club A in lane 3, a boat length ahead, they're being pursued doggedly by Seattle, Thompson Boat Center, and a composite boat from Long Island and Sagamore. Thompson Boat Center Racing Boat A in lane 5, beginning to move ahead, closing the gap with that Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat that's been in the lead by about a boat length. Now it's only about half a boat length as the Thompson Boat Center begins to move up. Following them, the Seattle area trying to maintain contact and not to be left out. That composite boat in lane 2 from Long Island and Sagamore, and the boat from Cambridge right there with them. The composite boat just has about a 3-seat lead over the boat from Cambridge. So all of these boats in touch in the men's Junior A8 final for the Club Nationals with 750 meters to go. Quite a battle going on. We'll have to see if someone can reach deep into their suitcase and pull out a little extra trick and a little extra power to make it to the finish first. The coxswain from the Pennsylvania AC boat is just nodding the head, encouraging the rowers to dig in a little bit deeper, glancing to the right, checking out the competition. Both the Seattle area boat right next to him and the Thompson Boat Center boat. Pennsylvania with about a 5-seat lead over the bow ball on that Pennsylvania AC boat, on the Thompson Boat Center boat. But Seattle's beginning to make a move as well with less than 750 meters to go. Maintaining contact, Dallas United and Cambridge, the composite boat, too. 500 meters to go in the men's Junior A8 final. Here at the 2014 USRowing Club Nationals, going for the gold here. Pennsylvania Athletic Center's been leading for most of the race. Thompson Boat Center hanging doggedly on their tail with Seattle in the mix as well. And the other 3 boats in the race pursuing those boats, trying to maintain contact as they come down, trying to reach towards that finish line. Can Pennsylvania Athletic Club hold on for the gold? We'll have to wait and see, because here comes the Thompson Boat Center boat. Seattle area maintaining contact but falling off slightly. The composite boat in lane 2 from Long Island looking good right now, trying to pick up the pace too and overcome the boat from Seattle. But Pennsylvania AC trying to stay ahead. Cambridge still in the mix as well. It's going to be a battle for the bronze here in the men's Junior A8 final. Pennsylvania AC trying to hold on, and Thompson Boat Center trying to close the gap, trying to begin to walk up. They have about 150 meters to go. Pennsylvania AC picking up the stroke and trying to stay ahead as the Thompson Boat Center responds, trying to maintain contact, but Pennsylvania's going ahead, pulling away from that Thompson Boat Center boat. They're digging in, trying to catch up. Seattle, in the meantime, begin to walk away from the composite boat in lane 2 and the Cambridge boat in lane 1, but Pennsylvania AC looks like they're going to hold on. Here comes Thompson Boat Center, though, every stroke closing the gap, but still Pennsylvania for the gold in the men's Junior A8s, with Thompson Boat Center for the silver in second. Seattle area holding off that challenge from the other boats in the race, and it looks like Dallas United comes in fourth, and then the composite boat in lane 2 in fifth, and Cambridge just misses out at the finish line for sixth in the men's Junior A8s. From that exciting 8s race to the women's Junior A quads. In lane 1, it's Essex and those distinctive striped unis. Vesper A in lane 2. It's Cambridge A in lane 3. The Scullers from Steel City A in lane 4. The Charles River Scullers A in lane 5. And Texas Rowing with that red, white, and blue and a star on their oar in lane 6 here in the Women's Junior A Quad. Women's Junior A Quad here. 4 rowers, each with a pair. Very fast boats. When properly applied, and there's some fast boats here. The ladies from Steel City battling it out with Cambridge right in the center of the course. Steel City known for their sculling program there in the Three Rivers city of Pittsburgh. Vesper with another chance to gain some points for both the women's point trophy and the team points trophy with this race, as their Vesper A boat is in lane 2 and staying in contact. The Texas Rowing, based in Austin, has been putting on quite a show here at the Club Nationals as well. A perfect morning for rowing here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, thanks to the Oak Ridge Rowing Association hosting this event. Gracious and hospitable host all week long, as these 1,500 crews have been racing over 5 days here on Melton Hill Lake. Coming up to 500 meters. Charles River Scullers are in the lead for the moment, closely pursued by the boat from Cambridge. They're in lane 3, as you can see. Steel City in that mix as well, and not to be left out, Essex. All these boats maintaining contact here in the Women's Junior A Quad. Very patient right now. The sprint at the beginning. Pacing yourself through the middle to have that little bit of fuel to be able to turn on the afterburners. And it looks like that is exactly what Cambridge is doing right now. Cambridge, at 750 meters in, picks up their stroke rate and begins to pull away, while Steel City, seeing that happen, tries to join them. Essex trying to keep up with Steel City and Charles River Scullers. You can see that bow number 5 beginning to enter the screen right now. And look, here comes Texas Rowing too, as Cambridge begins to make their move. It's only the Vesper boat in lane 2 that seems to be just a bit behind, approaching the halfway point. Cambridge, though, began to stretch it out big time. About 750, and they have pulled away from the field. Steel City is trying to maintain some contact with them, but they are still a little bit of open water ahead of that boat from Cambridge. Cambridge is ahead of Steel City, that is. In the meantime, Texas is poking their bow ball into third place with Essex and Charles River Scullers all in the mix too. But open water lead right now. They did turn up the rate quite considerably there when the Cambridge boat, and they are now almost a boat length of open water ahead of the field. Steel City still holding on to second. A fight for third going on between Essex on lane 1 and the outside lane Texas Rowing lane 6, going back and forth. In the meantime, the Charles River Scullers boat has dropped back, as has that Vesper boat, still trailing the field. But out front it is Cambridge right now. One of my favorite uniforms here at this regatta has been that Texas Rowing uniform. Red, white, and blue with the big stars and those very distinctive oars. Easy to see as they're coming down the course. Cambridge continuing to lead. Steel City in second. A fight for third between Texas Rowing and Essex going on right now. Then Charles River Scullers and Vesper in that order at the Women's Junior A Quad. But was it too much too soon? A question that you have to ask quite often when it comes to a competitive rowing race. There's a sprint at the beginning and a sprint at the end. You want to make sure you have enough energy to maintain throughout. And when Cambridge made that move, they made that move about 750 meters into this 2,000-meter race, so that means they still had a significant portion to row. But they do still have about a boat length of open water lead over the second-place boat from Steel City, who's being challenged, very much challenged, from the outside lanes. Essex, Texas Rowing. Charles River Scullers still hanging in there. Vesper trying to cling to the pack, but still trailing the field in the women's junior A quad right now. Essex beginning to move, as is Texas, overcoming Steel City. Cambridge maintaining their lead right now. Those four boats pulling away from the boats from Vesper and Charles River Scullers, but it's been Cambridge who's been dominating the race for the last 3/4 of the race, but still about 200 meters to go. It'll be a battle really for second and third in the medals for the women's junior A quads. Cambridge just beginning to walk away with it. If they can maintain their poise and technique and power, they'll walk away with a gold. But here comes Essex in lane 1, beginning to make their move. They have passed Steel City. In the meantime, Texas trying to make their move. Looks like they have lost a little bit of energy, and they've begun to fall back. Oh, the Essex boat catches a crab. They were moving forward, now trying to maintain and resume their swing in the boat. They recover in time to try to hold on to second. Cambridge still in the lead, heading towards the finish line. Essex with a stumble just about 70 meters from the finish line might lose their tenuous hold on second. Here comes the race for the silver, with Texas coming up fast from the outside at the finish. Powerful strokes. Texas pulls ahead. Steel City in third. Essex was in second, falls back to fourth. Here comes that boat from Vesper, having passed the boat from Charles River Scullers. They take fifth. Charles River Scullers A boat in the women's junior A quad, the sixth fastest women's junior A quad in the Club Nationals. Disappointing it has to be for Essex, as they were driving towards that finish with second in hand. Just a little shimmer in a technique, and you can see the sadness on their faces in that boat in lane 1, knowing that they had a chance for a silver, and away it went. It's Seattle versus Mendota in the men's senior pair final here for the Club Nationals. 3 boats from the Seattle Area Club, 3 boats from Mendota are in this. It's Seattle Area B in lane 1, Seattle Area C in lane 2, and Seattle Area A in lane 3. Mendota D is in lane 4, Mendota H in lane 5, and Mendota B in lane 6. So I guess at any given point you can say it's Mendota or Seattle in the lead, and that's probably the way it'll be. The Seattle Area Club and their distinctive fluorescent green unis, easy to pick out on the course even from, 2,000 meters away. The Seattle Area Club is a camp that takes place at the storied Conibear Shell House on the edge of the University of Washington campus. It's young rowers coming together and training to compete here at the Club Nationals, and they have been doing a fine job all this week and having a number of competitive boats here. The rowing pair, a challenging endeavor, 2 rowers with just 2 oars. So that means that you not only are trying to go fast, you're trying to keep the boat straight, and you really rely on that strength of the pull of your stroke to make sure you do go straight. Frequently, these are very difficult to control, as we have seen earlier in this regatta, as the boats in one of the junior categories was weaving back and forth across the course. But here it is Mendota in the lead. Mendota H, that's in the lead right now, leading over Mendota D in lane 4, and Seattle Area B in lane 1 in third place right now. Stacking up right across the course, the three boats from Seattle, now in third, fourth, and fifth, as the boats from Mendota have been exerting themselves. Mendota H is the one that's in the lead for the moment. Mendota D in second. Then it is Seattle Area A in third, Mendota B in fourth, and then the other two Seattle area boats in fifth and sixth. But it is Mendota H in lane 5 that is ahead of the pack right now at the halfway point, but all these boats still in touch with each other at the 1,000-meter mark. You're watching the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals live on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel. This is the men's senior pair race with the boats from Mendota and Seattle area in this, 3 from each. Mendota from Madison, Wisconsin, the oldest community rowing club in Madison. They row on the beautiful Lake Mendota up there. And they have been training hard for these club nationals, and it's a pair, showing off in this pair for certain, as Mendota H in lane 5 continues to be in the lead. Seattle Area A is in second right now. It's Mendota D that's in third, fighting with the Seattle Area B. Mendota H continues to lead. Seattle Area A is in second right now. Seattle Area B has pulled into third, but it's still anybody's race with 250 meters to go. The 3 Seattle boats on the far side of the course, the 3 Mendota boats on the inner lanes. Mendota H, those letters usually are ranking the boats for skill and speed, but Mendota H has been shown the speed here in the men's senior pair for this final right now, and continue to lead by a boat length and more. They have done that for most of the race. See if they can hold on for these last 250 meters as the boats from Seattle begin to move forward. Seattle A has been in the mix and at least second or third for most of the race. But the other 2 Seattle boats, B and C, have been dogging along with them as well. But Mendota H trying to fend them off for gold. But here comes Seattle Area A, beginning to take long, powerful strokes towards the finish line. The men's senior pair, Mendota H, leading for most of the race, is trying to hold on to get the gold. But Seattle Area A is beginning to move. Can Mendota H reach down into their suitcase for something extra to keep pouring it on? They're trying to maintain. They're looking good with about 30 meters to go. Mendota H heading towards the finish line and the gold medal for the men's senior pair. The three boats from Seattle. It's Seattle Area A in second, Seattle Area C in third, and B in fourth. Mendota's boat D is in fifth, and Mendota B in sixth in the men's senior pair final here at the 2014 Club Nationals. While the pairs are a challenging boat to row, there's nothing like being the one in charge of your own fate, and that is what happens when you are a singles rower. No teammates to blame. It all depends on you, your power, your stamina, your mental acuity. Very challenging to row these singles, and especially at this level here at the Club Nationals, the women's senior singles here. 5 boats are in the race. 2, make that 3 from Vesper Boat Club. Vesper A, that's Euler. Vesper B, that's Larson Strecker. And Vesper C, that's McFetridge. They are in lanes 2, 4, and 5. Elizabeth Charas from Y Quad Cities in lane 3, and Steve Caldwell from Potomac in lane 6 here in this women's senior single final. Elizabeth Charas is a member of the 2014 Junior National Team. Represents Y Quad Cities here at Club Nationals. She has been in a number of races. She and her sister are teaming up in doubles. And I believe Elizabeth also rode a single back in the first finals day on Friday. Here she is in this race with those 3 boats from Vesper and the 1 from Potomac in the women's senior single final. So again, Vesper A, Euler in lane 2, Charas, Y Quad Cities in lane 3, Larson Strecker, lane 4 is Vesper B, lane 5, Vesper C is McFetridge, and lane 6 is Potomac, Steve Caldwell. It is Charas out there battling with the Vesper boats in the women's senior single. About 500 meters into the race. Again, singles rowing, very challenging, because it is all you that balances the boat, drives that boat forward. You have to keep inside the boat and your head to really do this effectively. Charas looking strong, as she has most of these Club National races that she's been participating in. Looking very strong here at 750 meters as she leads the women's senior singles final. She has about a boat length's advantage over the Vesper B boat. That's Larson Strecker. With Euler in the Vesper A boat and Steve Caldwell in the Potomac boat sticking with them, with McFetridge in Vesper C there as well. Charas is out ahead with the Larson Strecker boat just a boat length behind her, and then those boats, other 3 boats in the race, a boat length behind her. But still a lot of water to go here with this women's senior single final. Charas continuing to lead here in the women's senior single, but Larson Strecker from Vesper right there with her at the 1,000-meter mark. Trailing by about 3/4 of a boat length, Larson Strecker trying to maintain contact. Still trying to close the gap. Euler from Vesper, McFetridge from Vesper, and Steve Caldwell from Potomac. Charas had a boat length advantage over Larson Strecker, but now Larson Strecker is pulled up and cut that lead to just about 3/4 of a boat length. You can notice that Charas has just seen that and given a couple of good pulls on her oars and pulled back to about a boat length ahead of Larson Strecker. But a lot of water left between there and the finish line and that gold medal here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. This video coverage sponsored by the SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. Thanks to them for supporting the ability for you to see this anywhere in the world. Watch these young rowers compete and support your favorite rower and crew. Women's senior single final. Elizabeth Charas from Y Quad City is trying to hold on and medal again, add to her medal count. As they're 1,250 meters into the race, she continues to lead with Larson Strecker in second. And then a fight between the two Vesper boats, Euler and McFetridge, and the Potomac boat, Steve Caldwell, just behind that.
Okay,
500 meters to go with Charas still in the lead, but Larson Strecker giving her a run for her money here in the women's senior singles. Charas has been leading since about 500 meters into the race and continues to lead, but Larson Strecker has been maintaining contact and cut her lead from a full boat length to just about 3/4 of a boat length. Then it's about a boat length of open water back to the other three boats in the race. Euler from Vesper, McFetridge from Vesper, and Steve Caldwell from Potomac. 300 meters to go. Can Elizabeth Charas hold on and take home the gold in the women's senior single? Even in second, Vesper will benefit from these points for both the team points and the women's trophy points. Should Larson Strecker hold on, and should one of the other Vesper boats get third, that will add to their total and their lead in the team points here at the 2014 Club Nationals. But it's Elizabeth Charas, as she has for most of this regatta, looking smooth and steady here in the women's senior single A final, staying ahead of Larson Strecker from Vesper, McFetridge from Vesper, Euler from Vesper, and Steve Caldwell from Potomac. As they come down into the Red Boys, Elizabeth Charas now with an open water lead over Larson Strecker. Just a few strokes left. Larson Strecker in second, McFetridge in third. And a fight between Euler from Vesper has also begun to move forward too. She's in fourth right now. But at the finish line, here's Elizabeth Charas from Y Quad Cities winning the women's senior single final. From Vesper Boat Club, Larson Strecker with the silver. For bronze, here comes McFetridge from Vesper. And moving up fast, Steve Caldwell, but Euler from Vesper will cross first, so she is in fourth. And it's Steve Caldwell from Potomac in fifth in the women's senior single.
funny, Brian. This video is freezing.
After steady and soaking rains yesterday, nice weather here on Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, for this day of finals for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. This is the men's intermediate quad final. In lane 1, Texas Rowing. Lane 2 is a composite boat with a JRC and SC. Lane 3, SoCal Scullers. Lane 4 is Vesper. Lane 5 is SoCal Scullers B. And lane 6 is Potomac A.
Okay,
The SoCal Scullers A boat fighting with the Vesper A boat for the lead right in the center of the course. In the meantime, a composite boat there in lane 2 trying to keep up with the SoCal Scullers. Very tight race here in the men's intermediate quad final. Just about a half a boat length between the front 3 boats right now. But it's Vesper A with the advantage. SoCal Scullers A in second. Composite JRC SC in third at this point, about 750 meters in. Following those lead 3, it's Texas Rowing in lane 1. But Potomac has an advantage of about a half a boat length over them. Meanwhile, SoCal Scullers B, with their distinctive pink boat in lane 5, is fighting with that Texas Rowing boat for 5th place in the 6-boat race. But a lot of water left between here and the finish line in this men's intermediate quad final. These Scullers moving fast down the course past the halfway point. Vesper A continuing to lead by about half a boat length. As a matter of fact, the front 3 boats in this race are pulling away from the other 3. The Vesper A is still in first by half a boat length over the SoCal Scullers A, who has a half a boat length over the composite boat JRC SC. A boat from Florida in lane 2, a composite boat with the Jacksonville Rowing Center and Sarasota crew. They are neighbors and no doubt run into each other frequently down there as they are rowing. Vesper, though, continuing here to lead by half a boat length in the men's intermediate quad. With 600 meters to go, a half a boat length for Vesper over SoCal Scullers A. SoCal Scullers A now have about, I'd say, a 4-seat advantage over the composite boat from Florida there in lane 2. In the meantime, it is several lengths of open water back to the other 3 boats in this race, with the Potomac boat in 4th, Texas Rowing in 5th, and SoCal Scullers B in 6th. Who has gas in their tank for the sprint? Vesper A has been out in front by about half a boat length, but here with about 250 meters to go, it's the SoCal Scullers who are beginning to make a move and pour it on, and they have pulled up even with the boat from Vespers. Meanwhile, the composite boat from Florida between Jacksonville and Sarasota are still holding on to third, but they are beginning to lose it. But it is the SoCal Scullers A that has begun to make the move. Vesper, seeing the challenge inside the red buoys, decides to try to respond. They have now just kicked it into high gear, and they picked up nearly doubled their stroke rate, and they have now caught back up with the SoCal Scullers and are beginning to catch up and go bow ball to bow ball with them. In the meantime, that composite boat in lane 2 has fallen about a full boat length of open water behind these two, but there goes Vesper pouring it on at the finish line. Vesper by half a boat length over the SoCal Scullers, winning gold in the men's intermediate quad final. Here at the Club Nationals, a composite boat from Jacksonville and Sarasota comes in third for the bronze. In the meantime, it's Potomac working hard. Hey, they have their sprint together as they go sprinting towards the finish line for fourth, with Texas Rowing crossing the line in fifth, and the other SoCal Scullers boat, the B boat, coming in sixth in the men's intermediate quad final here at the Club Nationals. $1,500 crews from across the country competing here in the 2014 Club Nationals. Up next, the women's intermediate eights. And a true representation of the fact that we have crews from all around the country. Here is in lane 1, the Seattle area A boat. Lane 2 is Saugatuck. Lane 3 is Vesper. Lane 4 is the USRowing Badger Development Camp. Lane 5 is the US Junior Women A. And lane 6 is the Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat here in the women's intermediate 8A final for the Club Nationals. Beautiful, beautiful morning for rowing, and these eights are just so pretty to see here on these waters at Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The fog has begun to lift. It was a gray start to the day and a very damp day yesterday, but boy, it is pretty this morning, and a little bit of sunshine beginning to poke through. Still just about 70 degrees, and you couldn't ask for a more perfect Tennessee Sunday morning to watch some rowing here on Melton Hill Lake. Women's Intermediate 8 final here with two boats here, the USRowing Badger Development Camp from Wisconsin in lane 4 and the US Junior Women's Development Camp boat in lane 5 battling it out. Vesper again, 18 boats and races today for finals, right in the center of the course with their A boat. And they are trying to keep up with the USRowing Badger Development Camp boat in lane 4 right now. They are going neck and neck. These eights really exciting to see. And especially in this women's intermediate 8 final, as these are some of the crews who have beat the competition that's been here for the last 5 days fighting their way. And so these are the best of the best. These races always very exciting when it comes to the finish. 500 meters in. Pennsylvania Athletic Club in lane 6 keeping up with the USRowing Badger Development Camp boat in those red uniforms in lane 4, and Vesper A in lane 3 fighting at the front right now. But it is that Badger Development Camp boat doing very well as the women's intermediate eights reach the halfway point in this 2,000-meter race with that Badger Development Camp boat that went out fast, maintaining their 7-seed lead, 8-seed lead now over the second-place boat from Pennsylvania Athletic Club. But Pennsylvania Athletic Club being challenged by the Seattle Area A boat by the Vesper A boat in lane 3. So it is a fight in the middle of the course and on the edges that are really making this race pull together nicely. So it's Badger in front, Pennsylvania Athletic Club in second. Junior Women's Development Camp boat also sticking with the pack, as is the Seattle Area A boat. It's quite a crowd here, but the Badger boat is in the lead and increasing their lead, with Vesper hot on their tail, trying to keep up, and the Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat still now in third. So it's USRowing Badger Development Camp in first by about 3/4 of a boat length over the boat from Vesper A in lane 3, and Pennsylvania Athletic Club half a boat length behind them in third. They went out fast and they continue to row fast. That USRowing Badger Development Camp boat, that boat length lead, but in these eights, a lot can happen in a short period of time. It only takes a few strokes for some of these boats to fly through the water. And these rowers are making a move right now with 500 meters to go. USRowing Badger Development Camp in lane 4 in first place by a length over the Vesper A boat in lane 3. It's the Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat in lane 6 in third. And it is the U.S. Junior Women's Development Camp trying to keep up with that Pennsylvania boat, but it is Vesper who has begun to make a move to try to catch up with the Badgers. The Badgers in lane 3. Their coxswain glances over her left shoulder to see what's happening, but here comes Pennsylvania Athletic Club pouring it on as well. The U.S. Junior Women's Development Camp beginning to make it count, with Saugatuck coming along and Seattle Area beginning to fall off the pace. 250 meters to go. The Badgers trying to fend off and fight off Vesper for the gold in the women's intermediate 8. The women in red working hard to maintain their lead, but Vesper is on the move, beginning to walk up with 200 meters to go, beginning to bite into the Badgers' lead, and they have pulled away from the rest of the pack. It'll be a fight for third, because here comes Saugatuck, the U.S. Junior Development Camp boat, and that Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat. Pennsylvania have been holding on to third, but here comes the U.S. Junior Development Camp fast. The Badgers fighting off Vesper right now. Vesper is caught up, but the Badgers still have about a 5-seat lead, just meters from the finish. It's going to be the USRowing Badger Development Camp boat getting gold in the women's intermediate 8. Vesper comes in for the silver. Here comes the Junior Development Camp trying to catch up with Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania comes in third. U.S. Junior Development Camp in fourth. Saugatuck holding on for fifth. And Seattle Area A, that had been in the mix early on, begins to fall off in the last 100 meters, and they cross in sixth in the women's intermediate 8 final here at the 2014 USRowing Club Nationals. There are a number of age categories here at the Club Nationals. Junior B's being the youngest. That means, according to rules, that you can't turn 17 within the calendar year. You can turn 17 on January 1st and still row as a Junior B, but if you turn 17 on December 31st, 2014, you couldn't be in this category. The youngest rowers out here, and these are the men's Junior B singles final. The lineup here from lane 1, it's Basile from Essex. In lane 2, Luby from Narragansett. In lane 3, Petresky from Norwalk River. And that's Norwalk River A boat, Petresky. In lane 4, Sarasota Crew B, Dean. Lane 5, Dallas A, Stenner. And in lane 6, Norwalk River B, McDonough. Norwalk River from Norwalk, Connecticut, rowing on the Norwalk River. Often very competitive boats in the mix when it comes to the Club Nationals from the Norwalk River crew. These young men sizing up the competition, sizing up themselves too. This as much mental exercise as a physical one when it comes to rowing a single scull. Nice if you're just relaxing, but it can be trying if you're competing, and especially here for a gold at the Club Nationals, and that's what these young men are doing. Less than 500 meters into the race, all maintaining their composure. Petresky from Norwalk River in the A boat in lane 3, and McDonough from Norwalk River in the B boat in lane 6. No doubt familiar with each other's strategies and rowing style. Stenner from Dallas in there. Luby from Narragansett. Basile from Essex. And Dean from the Sarasota crew. .750 meters in. And it's Petresky from Norwalk River in the A boat who's enjoying place at the front. Trailed there by Luby from Narragansett and Basile from Essex. They're both neck and neck, but it's Petresky with about a boat length's lead over those two. In the meantime, Dean from Sarasota in there, as is Stenner from Dallas and McDonough from Norwalk River in the B boat. U.S. Rowing would like to thank our video sponsor, the SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. Their support allows you to catch these young rowers in action live on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel this morning. Petresky from Norwalk River, leading by a boat length. Stenner from Dallas, not far behind. Neither is Luby from Narragansett or Basile from Essex. McDonough from Norwalk River in the mix as well. But it's Petresky in first, Stenner in second, and Luby from Narragansett in third right now in the men's Junior B single final. Awful close together here. Dean from Sarasota and McDonough from Norwalk River in the B boat. They are back there battling for fourth. And Essex from Basile right there with them as well. Essex, Basile is now in fourth. Petresky, though, from Norwalk River in the A boat, continuing to lead with a little bit of open water over Stenner from Dallas. Stenner from Dallas trailing, but being challenged by Luby from Narragansett now. Luby has come up and only is giving Stenner about a half a boat length lead here in the men's Junior B single final. Luby from Narragansett keeping his head in the boat, not worrying and making up some ground, closing that gap between his boat and the one from Dallas from Stenner. Petreski from Norwalk River still out in the front, and then it's back to the remaining boats in the mix. Dean from Sarasota, Basile from Essex, and McDonough from Norwalk River in the B boat. But it is Luby from Narragansett trying to stay ahead of Stenner from Dallas. But Stenner from Dallas senses that challenge, has begun to lean into his oars a little bit more. But Petreski from Norwalk River out front, open water lead, with just about 300 meters to go. Will Petreski hold on? Someone be able to challenge him? We'll have to see, but right now it is Petreski in the lead, with Stenner from Dallas in second. Third belongs to Luby from Narragansett. And then fourth, a fight between the other Narragansett boat, the Sarasota boat, and the Essex boat. Petreski from Norwalk River in the lead in the men's Junior B single final, 250 meters from the finish line. We'll see if someone has a sprint to challenge him as they begin to head towards the line. Petreski's been in the lead for the last 1,000 meters or so and continues to have an open water advantage. It is Luby from Narragansett who's begun to make up some ground and has now taken over second from Stenner from Dallas. Also Basile from Essex has begun to catch up with the Dallas boat as well. Then some open water back to the Sarasota boat with Dean, and open water back to the McDonough boat from Norwalk River B. But Petreski trying to hold on, as it is Luby from Narragansett beginning to challenge him, closing the gap somewhat, but it is Petreski who looks like he will, in just a few strokes, take the gold in the men's Junior B single here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. Petreski crossing the line first, and here's the battle for second, shaping up right behind Stenner from Dallas, Luby from Narragansett at the line. Will Stenner do it? Hard to call. We'll have to see about that. And then it's Basile from Essex crossing in fourth. Fifth belongs to Dean from Sarasota here in the men's Junior B single final. And McDonough from Norwalk River will cross the line as the sixth fastest men's Junior B single at the Club Nationals. Too close to call for second place there. We'll have to wait for the official results. The oldest community rowing club in Madison, Wisconsin. Mendota, 3 boats in this race. The men's intermediate 4 final. These club nationals. They are in the outside lanes, 4, 5, and 6. Also in this race, lane 1, Saugatuck. Oh, excuse me, that was a scratch. Let's make this in the men's intermediate 4 final. In lane 2, it's the Vesper A boat. Lane 3 is Seattle area A. And then the Mendota boats, A, B, and C, in lanes 4, 5, and 6, respectively, here in the men's intermediate 4 final. U.S. Rowing would again like to thank the hospitality of the Oak Ridge Rowing Association, hosting this event here on Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee this week. Very gracious host and very nice. Beautiful venue here with the rolling hills of Tennessee framing this beautiful water as these young rowers compete at a high level for a title in the Club Nationals. Mendota A fighting at the front, right? Well, actually all these boats in touch here. The boat from Vesper with just a slight advantage here in the men's intermediate 4 at this point in the race, with Mendota A in second and the Seattle area A boat in third. But here comes the bows of Mendota B and Mendota C. So a very tight-knit race, just about a boat length and a half front to back in this pack for the men's intermediate 4. 5 boats in the race, and the only boat that's a bit behind would be the boat in lane 3, the Seattle area boat, and they are only about a half a boat length out. So it is very tight past the 500-meter mark and heading towards the halfway point. A lot of strategy involved in these 4s, especially with the coxswain there, and these rowers, depending on their coxswain, to pay attention to the competition while they try to apply as much power as they can to those sweep oars, propelling their boat down the course and trying to make sure that they have what it takes at the right time to cross that finish line first. It's Mendota A with their bow stuck out in front. Mendota B in second right now. Vesper A in third. Fourth would belong to Mendota C, and fifth to Seattle area in this 5-boat race. It has been Mendota A who has had their bow ball out there for part of the time, but here comes Vesper beginning to walk up on that Mendota boat. As a matter of fact, Vesper has walked past Mendota A and is now in the lead with about a 3-seat advantage. Mendota A has fell back. It's still Mendota B dogging them for third place, with Mendota C in fourth and Vesper in fifth. But a big move from Vesper here with 500 meters to go. They are out in the lead, but here comes Mendota A trying to come back, and Mendota B is actually the one who's recovering better. Back and forth with every stroke, but it is Vesper crossing that 1,500-meter mark. The Vesper coxswain looks to the right and evidently told her rowers to turn it on, because that is exactly what they were doing. They've gone from half a deck-length lead to now a 4-seat advantage and moving forward. Mendota B in lane 5 beginning to move forward past the Mendota A boat in lane 4 as well. But it is Vesper turning on the afterburners and making their move with 500 meters to go. Vesper continuing to turn it on. Mendota B trying to turn it on as well, and the other Mendota boat trying to fight to stay in. In the meantime, Seattle, who looked like they were slipping out of the field, has now begun to recover and pull forward too. Vesper moving forward. Seattle now the one walking up past the Mendota boats, beginning to catch up with them, but it is Vesper who is still in the lead. It will be tight here in the men's intermediate 4 final as they're coming down to the finish line with 100 meters to go. Vesper still in the lead. Vesper with almost a boat length, but it is now the Seattle area boat that is in second place. The Mendota B boat coming back up, seeing Seattle pouring it on, has begun to pull forward again. The Mendota A boat in the middle of those boats has been in the lead for part of the race, but now they are slipping back. But here at the line, it is Vesper crossing the finish line first, and it's Mendota B pouring it on for the silver. Seattle captures bronze. The Mendota A boat in fourth, Mendota C in fifth. What a race in the men's intermediate 4 here at the 2014 Club Nationals. Celebration in the Vesper boat. And they're all fast, sprinting out of the gate from the women's intermediate double for this final. Women's intermediate double. The lineup is Tennessee Development Camp A in lane 1, the Charles River Scullers A in lane 2, Detroit A in lane 3, Jacksonville in lane 4, Vesper A in lane 5, and New York Athletic Club in lane 6, the women's intermediate double final at the Club Nationals. Vesper enjoys being one of the oldest clubs here. It began in 1865 in Philadelphia, and cumulatively, I'll try that again, cumulatively, they have won more national and international races than any club in the country. They're also one of the first to organize a women's rowing team in 1970. 19 boats raced from Vesper in the first day of finals. They have 18 boats, if I counted correctly, in the finals today. One of them in lane 5 here in the women's intermediate double final with Bruce at stroke. USRowing would like to thank, among our sponsors, generous support from the National Rowing Foundation, and also corporate sponsors and partners including Boathouse Sports, Connect-A-Dock, JP Crickets, Ludus Tours, Rudy Project, and EMC Venues. USRowing sponsors keeping this great sport alive and working, and some of these rowers you see on the water today may be in the Olympics in the future, rowing for the USA. Women's intermediate double final. Tennessee Development in lane 1, Charles River Scullers in lane 2, Detroit in lane 3, Jacksonville in lane 4, Vesper in lane 5, and New York Athletic Club in 6. They are 750 meters into the race, and it is Jacksonville that is in the lead, Vesper right behind them, and Charles River Scullers in third.
This is 2, this is 3.
So Jacksonville, beautiful rowing down there in the Jacksonville area, and envious of the ability for having nearly year-round rowing. But Jacksonville getting some challenge from the boat from Vesper in lane 5. It's Jacksonville, Vesper, and then Charles River Scullers in that order, followed by Detroit in lane 3, and then New York Athletic Club and Tennessee Development in that order in the women's intermediate double final. And that's right at the halfway point, but out front, 2 boats battling. It is Jacksonville in lane 4 and Vesper in lane 5 going head-to-head in the women's intermediate double final. Jacksonville continuing to lead in the women's intermediate double final over the boat from Vesper. They are out front, open water over the third place boat, which is Charles River Scullers. It's then the boat from Detroit and Tennessee Development, and then the New York Athletic Club boat has been detached from the rest of the pack, and they are trailing the field in lane 6. But out front, it is quite a show being put on by the boat from Jacksonville as they lead over the boat from Vesper. But Detroit begins to move up, catching up with that third place boat from the Charles River Scullers. Tennessee Development not out of it either, as they are fighting forward with 750 meters to go. Jacksonville still in the lead, Vesper in second, Charles River Scullers in third, but now getting a challenge on both sides from Tennessee Development and Detroit. New York Athletic Club has become unhitched from the pack and lane 6 and is several boat lengths back. But out front it is Jacksonville and Vesper still battling. Charles River Scullers trying to keep up and now being threatened by Detroit and Tennessee. Vesper beginning to pour it on, and what had been nearly a boat-length lead for the boat from Jacksonville has now turned into about a deck-length lead for Vesper. Vesper has taken over the lead with 500 meters to go in the women's intermediate double final here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It had been Jacksonville out front for most of the race, but Vesper began to pour it on. We'll have to see if Jacksonville can return the favor and pull back. In the meantime, Tennessee Development in lane 1 has taken over third place from the Charles River Scullers, and they are beginning to move forward as well. And that boat from Detroit sticking with the mix is only the New York boat in lane 6 that has fallen well off the pace. Out front, it's a battle, but the Tennessee boat looks like it's beginning to come back as they reach to those red buoys with 250 meters to go. It is a battle in front right now between Jacksonville and Vesper, with Tennessee Development Camp A boat taking over third place from the Charles River Scullers, but they are all about even for that third place race between that Tennessee Development boat, Charles River, and Detroit. But out front, it was Vesper, but now it looks like the Jacksonville boat has returned the favor and has now poured it on and is pulling past the Vesper boat. Still 150 meters to go, and they are still stroking strong. Vesper looks over. Will they have something to retaliate with as that boat from Jacksonville takes over the lead again? They're just a dozen strokes from the finish line. Jacksonville, I can see the bow rower look over her right shoulder, looking for that finish line. Now looking left to see where the competition is. Now picking up the pace as they're charging towards the finish line. Will Vesper catch up at the finish line? It's Jacksonville. Vesper first and second. Here comes the Tennessee Development boat in lane 1 to capture third in the women's intermediate double final, with Detroit in fourth, the Charles River Scullers in fifth, and the New York Athletic Club boat will cross the line in sixth in the women's intermediate double final. There goes the New York Athletic Club women's intermediate double, crossing in sixth, the sixth place boat in the Club Nationals for this year. Back at the start, the men's senior lightweight 4 is already underway. Lightweight in rowing for this regatta is 160 pounds for the men, 130 pounds for the women. They are weighed before the race to make sure that they make weight and don't have some heavyweight in there and trying to gain an advantage. The men's senior lightweight 4 final. 5 boats in this final only race for these Club Nationals. In lane 2 is the New York Athletic Club boat B with McSharer as stroke. Lane 3 is Mendota. Lane 4 is Vesper A. Lane 5 is Harborside A. And Lane 6 is the New York Athletic Club A boat. So the New York AC boats are in lanes 2 and 6 and are bracketing the competition from Mendota, Vesper, and Harborside in the middle. So boats from New York, Long Island, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia in this men's senior lightweight 4 final. Smooth water ahead and a wake behind here in the men's senior lightweight 4 final as the referees, the U.S. rowing referees, making sure that the competition's not only fair but safe as well. The distinctive red slash of the Mendota uniform being seen there in lane 3, and they are the ones in the lead right now with Vesper and the big V on the back right behind him here in the men's senior lightweight 4 final. The coxswains paying attention to the competition, paying attention to keeping the boat rowing straight, but a lot of that relies on the rowers too. It's bow ball to bow ball with the Vesper and Mendota boats. And New York Athletic Club A boat is also right up there in that lead pack in this race. As they're 1,000 meters into this 2,000-meter race, halfway there, advantage is Vesper right now in the men's senior lightweight 4. They now have three-quarter of a boat length advantage over the Mendota A boat. Third place right now belongs to the New York Athletic Club A boat in lane 6, and they are just a boat length behind that second-place Mendota boat for the moment. They have been maintaining contact and keeping that gap closed between the front two boats. Then the other New York Athletic Club boat in lane 1 is battling with Harborside for that 4th place. However, the Harborside boat is seeming to lag behind the pack right now in the men's senior lightweight 4. But out front, it is Vesper leading by about a boat length over the Mendota A boat and the New York AC boat. But New York AC beginning to make a move on Mendota and moving forward as that lead for second place from Mendota begins to slip out of their hands. Vesper, though, still maintaining that one boat length lead over the race as they have 500 meters to go in the men's senior lightweight 4. Big move from the New York Athletic Club A boat here in the men's senior lightweight 4 with 500 meters to go. They have now caught up with Mendota and are bow ball to bow ball tied with Mendota for second place. Vesper seeing this surge, trying to fight back. We'll have to see what happens there. The other New York AC boat, their B boat in lane 2, is just about a boat length back from that, and the Harborside boat trailing the field by about a boat length. But out front, Vesper for the moment, as both New York AC A and the Mendota A boat begin to try to bite into that lead, reaching for that 250 meters to go, indicated by the red buoys in the water. Vesper holding on to the lead for the moment, but somewhat tenuous with the New York A boat in lane 6 and the Mendota A boat in lane 3 beginning to catch up with them. It'll come down to the wire again here in the men's senior lightweight 4 at the U.S. Rowing 2014 Club Nationals. Who will have the strokes in the right place in the water to cross the finish line first? Vesper holding on to first for the moment. Who will fight for the silver or maybe challenge for the gold? The coxswains exhorting the rowers to reach deep, to dig deep with the oars, have that power. Here comes a surge from Mendota. Mendota picking up their strokes, beginning to sprint, but it may be too little too late. Vesper still in the lead, hitting the finish line first to win gold, and the fight for second. Oh, coming back big time. New York Athletic Club battling with Mendota for the silver in the men's senior lightweight 4. Those three boats neck and neck right down to the wire. Here in fourth place comes the New York Athletic Club B boat for the men's senior lightweight 4. And then Harborside A in lane 5 in 5th. You're watching live streaming of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals on the Sunday morning from Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Overcast gray Tennessee day, the green hills in the background. Quite a setting for some exciting racing at the Club Nationals. A three-boat race here for the women's senior lightweight double. In lane 3, it's the Vesper A boat. In lane 4, a composite boat from Sagamore and Y-Quad Cities. And in lane 5, the Vesper B boat, the women's senior lightweight double final. Fairly even in the first 500 meters as these women's battle for the gold. In 2013 at the Club Nationals, 5 days of racing, over 1,500 crews. Same for 2014. Crews from all around the country here in Tennessee, enjoying some fierce competition on the waters of Melton Hill Lake, part of the Clinch River system here in Tennessee. Quite a bit of atmosphere with those green hills. A railroad that runs alongside. And some very colorful uniforms on the water for these crews. Really quite a sight to see at the Club Nationals. Women's senior lightweight double. They're rowing fairly evenly, maybe a slight advantage right in the middle for the composite boat from Sagamore and Y-Quad Cities. 750 meters in with the Vesper A boat in the lead. The Sagamore Y-Quad Cities composite in second, and the Vesper B boat in third. U.S. Rowing is a nonprofit membership organization and is recognized by the United States Olympic Committee as the national governing body for the sport of rowing in the United States. U.S. Rowing is responsible for selecting, training, and managing the teams that represent the U.S. in international competition. As a matter of fact, there is an under-23 team competing in Italy on the world circuit. They just have flown to Ricci, Italy to compete, and, of course, setting up for Rio in 2016. The composite boat, I can see these rowers checking each other out, knowing that they're, just about halfway through the race, that they still have a lot of rowing to go. They still trying to kind of size up what the competition is doing as they cross the halfway mark. Y-Quad Cities Sagamore Composite in the middle with a slight advantage for the lead, with Vesper B now in second and the Vesper A in third, but they are all there, and we are talking less than 6 feet apart. Those bow balls all within 6 feet. They're fairly even. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how it all ends up, because I know these ladies are probably just biding their time for the moment before one of them will make a big move and try to gain control of the race. We'll see if anybody does a breakaway and who wants to become the leader, who wants to become the chase. And looks like the Vesper B boat is going to be the one to do it as they begin to pick up their stroke rate and lean in and long. They have now taken over about a 2/3 of a boat length lead. With 750 meters to go, they are now beginning to pull ahead of the composite boat from Sagamore Y-Quad Cities and the other boat from Vesper, the Vesper A boat. But I hope they have enough in their tank to keep it going all the way to the end, because that is an awful early lead for a race as close as this. They were all fairly even, but now it's about half to 2/3 boat length lead for the Vesper B here in the women's senior lightweight double final. For second, bow ball to bow ball, it's the Vesper A boat and the composite from Sagamore and Y-Quad Cities. Vesper B not giving up. They are still maintaining that high stroke rate, still maintaining that lead, and now the Vesper A boat says, wait a minute, teammates, where you think you're going? They've begun to pour it on. Now they're pulling away from that composite boat from Sagamore and Y-Quad Cities, trying to catch up with their teammates from Vesper B. We'll have to see if the composite boat has something to answer with as they continue to fight their way down the course. Less than 500 meters to go. The women's senior lightweight double. Just 3 boats in this race, but still a lot of pride and a lot of power. The Vesper B boat continues to lead slightly, ever so slightly, over Vesper A in second, and the composite boat from Sagamore and Y-Quad Cities in third as they enter those red buoys with 250 meters to go here at the Club Nationals in the women's senior lightweight double final. It had been neck and neck through about the halfway point, and now they're beginning to spread out. Vesper A beginning to challenge their sisters in Vesper B for the gold, heading towards the finish line, and Vesper A beginning to pour it on and pull up on Vesper B. The composite boat from Sagamore Y-Quad Cities falling off the pace, now open water back to their bow from these 2 boats from Vesper up at the front. Vesper A beginning to pour it on. Will they have enough as the Vesper B boat, which has been leading, tries to hold on to that lead, but it is shrinking stroke by stroke as they head towards the finish line. 50 meters to go. Vesper B begins to pick it up and pull again to pull ahead of Vesper A. Vesper A trying to respond, but it looks like Vesper B, stroke by Zeef, will win the women's senior lightweight double final here at the Club Nationals. Vesper A stroked by Maxwell in second, and the composite boat from Sagamore and Y-Quad Cities in third. The youngest of the men's fours competing now on the water. Melton Hill Lake, the men's Junior B fours final. The lineup in lane 1 is Detroit, and lane 2 is Thompson Boat Center Racing B. Lane 3 is Pennsylvania Athletic Club A. In lane 4 is Resilient Rowing Club A. In lane 5 is a composite with the Friends of Port Rowing, Long Island Rowing, and Sagamore Rowing all together in a boat. And in lane 6, it's the Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat in the men's Junior B4 final. The men's Junior B4 final. 6 boats in this race going for the gold at the Club Nationals. You're enjoying this video broadcast thanks to the SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. U.S. Rowing would like to thank the SRAA for their support of this video broadcast. 500 meters in with a battle between the Thompson Boat Center Racing B boat in lane 2 and the Pennsylvania Athletic Club A boat in lane 3 here in the men's Junior B4 final. Difficult to distinguish between the two, both rowing dark boats and wearing dark uniforms, but it is an advantage to the Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat in lane 3 right now. Their coxswain peeking around her shoulder to check on that competition from the Thompson Boat Center. But in the meantime, on the other side, that composite boat from the Friends of Port Rowing, Long Island, and Sagamore is beginning to pull up with the leader, as is the other Thompson Boat Center boat in lane 6. The Thompson Boat Center, our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., rowing on the Potomac River at what used to be the terminus of the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal. Mile marker 0 on the C&O, and that is where the Thompson Boat Center is set up and has been since about 1960 or so. They've had a number of boats in finals, 2 in this race, 1 in lane 2 and 1 in lane 6, and the one in lane 6 is vying, as is the one in lane 2, for the lead in this men's Junior B4 final. Halfway through, the battle still unfolding, with the Thompson Boat Center Racing B boat lagging slightly behind, but still it's Pennsylvania Athletic Club out front in this men's Junior B4 final. And it is a composite boat from the Friends of Port Rowing, Long Island, and Sagamore. It has second in hand right now, but Pennsylvania AC trying to stay out in front, and they see their coxswain has just called for a higher stroke rate, and they are beginning to turn it up. So if it's 1, 2, 3, it's lanes 3, 5, 6 right now, with the Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat beginning to challenge that composite boat in lane 5 for second, and they do pull into second now. 750 meters from the finish, with Pennsylvania Athletic Club leading the men's Junior B4 final. Also in the mix, the Resilient Rowing Club boat in lane 4 as they look over and are catching up and beginning to try to pull even. Their coxswain sizing up the competition, and that Resilient boat trying to see what's happening. Out front, though, it's Pennsylvania AC with a little bit of open water. It's the Thompson Boat Center A boat beginning to pour it on, now trying to take over second place, but quite a fight for second going on between lane 6, 5, and 4 right now. 500 meters to go. Pennsylvania Athletic Club in the lead, but it is the Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat that is beginning to make a move and head towards the front. One, two, three, four, five, six. Pennsylvania Athletic Club continuing to cling to the lead. Thompson Boat Center coming up behind them. Then a battle for third between the composite boat from the Friends of Port Rowing, Long Island and Sagamore, that is battling with the boat from Thompson Boat Center. Detroit off the pace, trailing the field, but it's still Pennsylvania out in front, resilient in there, beginning to mix things up as well. They're in lane 4. They have begun to move forward as well, following that Thompson Boat Center A boat in lane 6. In the meantime, it is the composite boat beginning to fall slightly behind, but Pennsylvania AC still in the lead. It is Resilient beginning to make their move as they are 300 make that 200 meters from the finish. Pennsylvania Athletic Club still in the lead, but it looks like Resilient is beginning to pull up and into second, with Thompson Boat Center A fighting off that fight for second and heading towards the finish line. Right now in fourth, it is the composite boat from the Friends of Port Rowing in Long Island, but Pennsylvania beginning to pour it on, clinging to their lead. Thompson Boat Center sees the challenge from Resilient. They begin to pull harder. They have now pulled into second. The composite boat's beginning to pour it on as well. And here comes Thompson Boat Center at the line, but it is still Pennsylvania in first. Thompson Boat Center in second. Resilient captures the bronze, with fourth belonging to the composite boat, with the Friends of Port Rowing, Long Island, and Sagamore. In fifth, it is the Thompson Boat Center Racing B boat. And in sixth, in the men's Junior B4 final here at the Club Nationals, it's Detroit here in Oak Ridge. From one end to the other here at Melton Hill Lake, the races flying furiously down the course on 8-minute centers. And here's the latest to start, the women's Junior B double final. That is Sagamore Rowing in lane 1, Charles River Rowing in lane 2, Jacksonville in lane 3, Southern Cal and Y-Quad Cities in a composite in lane 4, Maritime in lane 5, and Texas Rowing in lane 6. The women's Junior B double final here at the 2014 Club Nationals. Maritime, based in Norwalk, Connecticut, and now on the Norwalk River, rowing there since 1996. Texas Rowing enjoying that beautiful weather down there in Austin, Texas. And of course, Charles River from Boston, Sagamore from Long Island, and SoCal, Southern California. Good geographical representation here at the Club Nationals in this women's Junior B double final. You're enjoying live streaming coverage of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, thanks to our video sponsor, the SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. This video coverage of the women's Junior B double final with Sagamore, Charles River Scullers, Jacksonville, a composite boat from SoCal, Y-Quad Cities, Maritime, Texas Rowing, all in this race. Jacksonville and that composite boat from SoCal and Y-Quad Cities are the ones battling it out for the lead right now, followed closely by the rowers from Charles Rivers and the Sagamore boat in lane 1. But out front, Jacksonville here in the women's junior B doubles final, at least for the moment. So Jacksonville, Southern Cal, Y-Quad Cities, and Maritime, the boats out front here in the women's junior B double final. They're trailed by Sagamore, Charles River, and Texas Rowing. But out front, it is, for the moment, Maritime with a slight advantage for second. Jacksonville still in first, but the composite boat from SoCal and Y-Quad Cities in second, and Maritime battling for that second spot with that boat out there in lane 5. And then the other three boats a little bit behind the pack in this women's junior B double final. Several lengths of open water back to the boat from Sagamore, riding in fourth place right now. Charles River Scullers in the mix right behind them, and Texas Rowing kind of fighting with the Charles River Scullers for that fifth place at the moment, just past the halfway point. Quite a spread in this race. The women's junior B double final. Again, these are the youngest rowers here at the Club Nationals. Number of age categories. There's 2 junior categories, the junior or junior A and junior B. The older junior A rowers cannot turn 19 in this calendar year in order to compete as a junior A. Junior B rowers, you can't turn 17 in the calendar year. So these are all 16 years old or less rowers that are competing here this afternoon. Women's junior B double final. Jacksonville out front, composite boat with Southern California and Y-Quad Cities in second, and Maritime in third right now with 750 meters from the finish line. Then it is Sagamore, Charles River, and Texas Rowing in that order. These young ladies working hard all the way down. Hard to guess how long some of these junior rowers have been rowing together. Well, no doubt with the composite boat there in lane 4 with Southern Cal and Y-Quad Cities, they probably haven't been rowing very long at all here in this competition. The advantage has switched. It is now Maritime in the lead, the composite boat in second, and Jacksonville in third. Here, the women's junior B double final. .300 meters from the finish, and the boat from Maritime has made a move and is beginning to lead the race, closely followed by the composite boat from SoCal and Y-Quad Cities. Jacksonville, that had been in the lead, has fallen back to third and in danger of losing that third place from the boat from Sagamore. Meanwhile, the Charles River Scullers have fallen back, as has the boat from Texas Rowing in lane 6 here in the women's junior B double final. Maritime, they're about the halfway point, decided they were tired of messing around, put a little pressure on their oars and jumped out front. So now it is Maritime in the lead by a full boat length over the composite boat from SoCal Y-Quad Cities. Third place, Jacksonville. They had been leading, but may have burned themselves out a little earlier in the race, but by a boat length. The boat from Maritime, stroked by Murphy in lane 5, heading towards the finish line here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, looking for the gold with open water. Now from their stern to the second place boat from SoCal Y Quad Cities at the finish line. Here comes Maritime with the SoCal Y Quad Cities boat in lane 4 in second. Third, coming across the line is the boat from Jacksonville. And making a move at the end, Charles River Scullers trying to catch up to the fourth place boat, but it will be Sagamore in fourth place. And boy, look at this big effort from Texas. Texas over maybe Charles River Scullers, right at the line. Hard to call. We'll have to wait and see about that. Here in the Women's Junior B double final. In Maritime in first. The composite boat of SoCal and Y Quad Cities in second, and Jacksonville in third. The men's intermediate lightweight double final already underway on the course. The men's intermediate lightweight double final lineup: in lane 1, New York Athletic Club; in lane 2, Texas Rowing; lane 3, SoCal Scullers; lane 4, Vesper; lane 5 is Lookout; lane 6, Undine. Men's intermediate lightweight double final on the course. Rowing hard through the first 500 meters. Fairly even among these boats. SoCal Scullers out in the lead, Vesper in second, and Lookout in third in the men's intermediate lightweight double right now. Reaching for the first half, trying to be in the lead in the first half. But SoCal Scullers doing just that. New York Athletic Club looking good and smooth as they're moving in. But it looks like Lookout has begun to take a little bit of control of this race, now with about a half a boat length lead over the second place boat from SoCal Scullers. They have been right there even with them. Third place to New York Athletic Club. Fourth place, Undine, and fifth place would belong to Vesper at the moment at the halfway point. It was Lookout who has made that move right before the halfway point in the race and gone out in the lead, but the SoCal Scullers, who had been in the lead, trying to keep up stroke for stroke with that boat from Lookout. In the meantime, on the outside, it's the New York Athletic Club that has stealthily moved forward and are now just a half a boat length out of the lead. In the meantime, a fight for fourth between Vesper and Undine shaping up right now. It's only Texas Rowing that seems to be a little bit off the pace at this time. SoCal Scullers early in the lead in the first half of the race, and they allowed the boat from Lookout in lane 5 to sneak past him and go into the lead, but they are now moving back and even with Lookout for the lead here in the men's intermediate lightweight double. SoCal beginning to deal with that challenge as the New York Athletic Club remains in third place, but they're getting a serious challenge from both Undine in lane 6 and Vesper in lane 4. Texas Rowing off the pace, about a boat length behind the pack. SoCal now in the lead. Lookout may have made their move a little bit early because they've begun to fall back slightly as SoCal moves back out. New York Athletic Club still in third, but it looks like Undine is beginning to pour it on because they are moving ahead. And now it's Undine in third. And it's Vesper making a move as well. They are now in fourth with New York back in fifth right now. 500 meters to go. This is still anybody's race. These boats just a couple of boat lengths apart. SoCal Scullers in lane 3 still in the lead, but Lookout in second, maintaining contact with them, and still they only are about a half a boat length behind the SoCal Scullers. But the SoCal Scullers moving forward, but moving fast as New York and Vesper and Undine as well. Texas Rowing trailing the field, but out front SoCal Scullers doing their best to hold on to the lead. New York now beginning to make a move and move forward as well. And it looks like Undine has begun to flag slightly. Lookout trying to stay up there, but here comes Vesper to give them a challenge as well. But New York Athletic Club on the move. They may be catching up with the SoCal Scullers here, just 250 meters from the finish. Can the SoCal Scullers hold on for gold here in the men's intermediate lightweight double final? New York is giving them a run for their money. New York pouring it on in these final 300 meters or so, have begun to pull up. Lookout may have gone out a little bit early and lost the energy for the finish, but right now it's New York that's pouring it on and trying to do their best to catch up with the SoCal Scullers. SoCal still in the lead. It's hard to call for second between Lookout and New York, but now Lookout begins their sprint, and they are making that boat move. Can they catch up with SoCal? They are 60 meters from the finish. SoCal is moving forward, but so is Mount Lookout. And in lane 6, Undine pouring it on at the finish line in the men's intermediate lightweight double at the Club Nationals. SoCal holds on. It's Lookout in second, Undine in third, New York in fourth. Fifth will go to the boat from Vesper. And Texas comes in trailing the field. So fifth to Vesper, but what a fight at the front in the men's intermediate lightweight doubles. At the start, waiting patiently for the starting referee and the alignment judge to call everything clean. And the women's intermediate lightweight 4 final. In lane 1, it's Port Rowing, with the big P on the front of their jerseys. In lane 2, it's the boat from Detroit here in the women's intermediate lightweight 4. Lane 3, it's Sagamore Rowing Association in the distinctive green caps. In lane 4, the Southeast Junior A boat here in the women's intermediate lightweight 4. In lane 5, the boat from Harborside on Long Island, New York. And in lane 6, that's a Harborside A boat. Lane 6 is the Harborside B boat in this race. Teammates racing side by side in the women's intermediate lightweight 4 here at the Club Nationals. There's no Harborside B boat in this race. I'm sorry I announced that. Just Harborside A there in lane 5. So a 5-boat race for the women's intermediate lightweight 4, and they are underway with that sprint at the beginning. Lined up down the course, 2,000 meters from a gold medal at the finish here at the Club Nationals for 2014. These women fighting for the women's intermediate lightweight 4 gold medal. America Rows is a program of U.S. Rowing. It supports diversity in rowing, and the U.S. Rowing para-rowing programs also benefits from corporate support. And there are new opportunities to support the teams through the next quadrennial, all culminating with the 2016 Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. Women's intermediate lightweight 4 final on the water here at Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. 5 boats in the race. Port Rowing from Long Island, Detroit from Michigan, Sagamore from Long Island, Southeast Juniors, Harborside also from Long Island in this women's intermediate lightweight 4 final. Over 1,500 crews battling it out in 71 races here in the Club Nationals for 2014. It's been quite a week of rowing here in Tennessee with very unusual weather. Instead of hot and steamy, typical Tennessee summer weather, it's been gray and cool. Temperature this morning hovering right around the 70-degree mark. A few light showers earlier this morning, but just overcast right now, and perfect rowing conditions for this competition. Women's intermediate lightweight 4 final on the water, approaching 750 meters in, with Sagamore in the lead right now. Southeast Junior A in second place. The Sagamore coxswain with a constant barrage of commentary for her rowers, passing through the 750-meter mark. Sagamore in the lead right now, but that coxswain at the same time she's talking is also checking out the competition and keeping it moving. So Sagamore in the lead right now. The women's intermediate lightweight 4 final with Harborside on the move. Southeast Junior right there as well, fighting for that lead. Sagamore has about a 4-seat advantage at this point, approaching the halfway point in the women's intermediate lightweight 4. And it is a firm hold on second now for the boat from Harborside, with Southeast Juniors in third. As we pan back through the field, Detroit trailing the field right now. Port Rowing A boat in lane 1 is holding on to 4th place. And out front, separated by about a boat and a half of space, Sagamore in 1st place, Harborside in 2nd, and the Southeast Junior A boat in lane 4 in 3rd. Amazing the work these coxswains do. As hard as the rowers work, these coxswains can make it happen too. And it is interesting watching this Sagamore coxswain talking with her hands, pointing almost maybe singing to her rowers. It's hard to say. Interpretive dance in the coxswain cockpit there in the Sagamore boat here in this women's intermediate lightweight 4. Her mouth is just moving a mile a minute, and she is just having a good time urging her rowers on. They have about a half a boat length lead over the boat from Harborside, but she is just doing some amazing stuff. Meanwhile, the coxswain from the Harborside boat is very serious and steady in her work. They're in second place. Harborside in second place, about 6 feet of open water back to the bow ball of the Southeast Junior boat in lane 4. Port Rowing is in fourth. Detroit in fourth, with Port Rowing in fifth. In the women's intermediate lightweight 4 final, they're hearing the cheers from the shore. As the boats are 750 meters from the end, they can hear that beach and hear all their teammates and parents and supporters urging them on. So here they go, going for the gold, and it looks like Harborside is beginning to make that move. We'll see if Sagamore can respond, but Harborside beginning to pull up and even with a Sagamore boat that's been leading since about 750 meters into this race. Harborside, though, looking good and strong and making some nice movement, smoothly moving forward, reeling in that boat from Sagamore. The coxswains have their work cut out here in these final few hundred meters. Tired rowers knowing they have to reach deep inside for that little bit of extra strength, to give a little bit of extra effort, to get a little bit of extra water underneath their oar to cross that finish line first. It's the women's intermediate lightweight 4 final. Going for the medals here in the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Sagamore has been leading throughout the race. Harborside hanging in second, and that Southeast Junior boat hanging in third, but now they are beginning to get a challenge from Port Rowing in lane 1. It is the boat from Detroit that's well off the pace in this race, but we'll have to see how it all works out as Sagamore continues to push towards the finish line in first, but Harborside trying to come up behind them and maybe steal that gold away. Less than 100 meters from the finish line, and it's Harborside kicking up the stroke rate, trying to make their sprint and surprise the Sagamore boat. Sagamore, seeing that challenge, begins to move forward and pick up their stroke rate too as they're into the last 30 meters of the race, heading towards the finish line. Can Sagamore hold on? Sagamore can, and Sagamore in first, Harborside right behind him in second here in the women's intermediate lightweight 4 final. That is gold and silver right there, and that coxswain that had been chatting all race long is partying now. In third, it's the boat from the Southeast Juniors. In fourth, here comes Port Rowing from Long Island. And in fifth, in the women's intermediate lightweight 4, it's the boat from Detroit here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And the women's intermediate lightweight 4. What a party happening in the Sagamore boat as they win the gold in the women's intermediate lightweight 4. Quite a battle going on in the men's junior A double final here at the Club Nationals. Full course of boats fighting amongst themselves in lane 1 for the men's junior A double. It's a composite boat from Niskayuna and Sagamore. Lane 2, Narragansett A. In lane 3, Saratoga A. In lane 4, R.A. Rye A. Lane 5, a composite boat with Long Island and Sagamore. In lane 6, it's Miami rowing in the men's junior A doubles. These are the older of the juniors. They are 18 or younger. To be a junior A, you can't turn 19 within that calendar year. So these are rowers 18 or younger, but also the older of the junior category. That Niskayuna boat in lane 1. Niskayuna's in the Mohawk Valley in upstate New York near Schenectady. They row in the Mohawk River, been about around since 1987, and Niskayuna got their start in their first spring back there in 1987, and the set of kids took turns practicing in a 1950 wooden shell that had been purchased for $1. And they even had to borrow some wooden oars to practice in, but they've come a long way and are here competing for the gold in the men's junior A doubles at the Club Nationals for 2014. Miami Rowing, though, is in the lead right now. Second place belonging to Saratoga in lane 3. There's the boat from Niskayuna SRA in lane 1 that is holding on to third right now, but getting a challenge from both Narragansett and the R.A. Rye boat in lane 4. Miami is still in the lead, though, here in the men's junior A double final. The halfway point. These scullers fighting for the gold. In lane 5, it's a composite with the Long Island Rowing and Sagamore. So that is the composite boat you're seeing on your screen right now if you're watching the live web streaming of the U.S. Rowing 2014 Club Nationals, sponsored by the SRAA, the video coverage here, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. Third place there, the R.A. Rye boat with that distinctive G on their oars. Holding on to third for the moment. Miami out in front, though, in this men's junior A double final. In first place, inside of, well, coming down to about 500 meters to go, it is Saratoga, who has taken over the lead from Miami. They moved past Miami, just past the halfway point. Saratoga began to pick it up and move and dig, and now they are digging in again. They are shifting it up into overdrive. That boat from Saratoga in lane 3, the men's junior A double final, looking to seal the deal by putting some open water between their stern and the second place boat from Miami that had been in the lead for the first 3 quarters of the race, but now with 500 meters to go, it is the Saratoga boat that is in the lead with Miami in second right now. Third place belongs to Narragansett and Niskayuna SRA, that composite boat, trying to hang in there as well. Saratoga continuing in the lead, open water over the boat from Miami. Heading towards those red buoys, indicating 250 meters to go in the race here at the Club Nationals, going for the gold. Saratoga maintaining technique and power as they continue to move forward and pass the boat from Miami. Miami had been in the lead a considerable amount of the race, but now they are in second. And moving up is the boat from Narragansett to give them a challenge, as is the R.A. Rye boat. But the boat, composite boat from Long Island and the SRA is beginning to fall back, and the composite from Niskayuna SRA is now beginning to fall back as well. But Saratoga out in front in the men's Junior A double final, going for the gold here at the Club Nationals in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. Saratoga had been biding their time, and they are putting on a clinic right now. A big sprint, despite the fact they have about 2 boat lengths of open water lead over the second-place boat from Miami. They are still doing their sprint towards the finish. They have a coach who's trained them well, because they are not stopping as they head towards the finish line and that gold medal. Miami not going to let anyone catch up with them, and they continue to row, and it's Miami in second in the men's Junior A double final. Here comes Narragansett for third place in the bronze, with Rye coming in fourth. And the composite boat, Niskayuna SRA, trying to fend off a last-minute attempt from the Long Island SRA composite for 5th and 6th there in the men's Junior A double. Saratoga, a nice effort there in the last half of the race, and quite a victory. On the course and just past the breakage area is the women's Junior A4 final for these Club Nationals. Lane 1 is the U.S. Junior Women's C boat. Lane 2, the Thompson Boat Center Racing B boat. In Lane 3 is Saugatuck A. In Lane 4, the U.S. Junior Women A boat. In Lane 5 is the Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat. And in Lane 6 is the Saugatuck B boat in the women's Junior A4s. Women's Junior A4 final, 500 meters in. Slight advantage for Saugatuck at the moment. 2 U.S. Junior Women boats, A and C, are in this race in lanes 1 and 4, respectively. 2 Thompson Boat Center Racing boats, A in lane 5 and B in lane 2, plus Saugatuck, 2 boats, A in lane 3 and B in lane 6. Advantage right now to Saugatuck A. 750 meters in. Closely followed by the Thompson Boat Center Racing B boat in lane 2. Currently in third right now, the Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat in lane 5. So out ahead Saugatuck. Then Thompson Racing B and Thompson Boat Center Racing A. 1, 2, 3 in this thing. The U.S. Junior Women A boat is in fourth. Saugatuck B fighting for sixth with the U.S. Junior Women C boat. All still in contact, about a 2-boat length space between the front boats and the back boats. It's only the U.S. Junior Women's C boat that's slightly off the pace right now and about a boat length back of the pack. But quite a bit of work happening at the halfway point, just past the halfway point here in the U.S. Junior A, Women's Junior A4s. The coxswain's working as hard as the rowers here, keeping track of all the strategy, keeping track of the competition, checking out to see what's going on. Saugatuck A boat length out front, with the Thompson Boat Center A boat in second, being challenged by the Thompson Boat Center B boat for second place right now. They're even, but it is Saugatuck by about a half a boat length of open water over the field right now. Saugatuck out front in the women's junior A4s right now. So front to back, it would be the Saugatuck in first, Thompson Boat Center A in second, Thompson Boat Center B in third, and then trailing that pack would be the U.S. Junior Women C, U.S. Junior Women A, and Saugatuck B boats. But Thompson Boat Center, two boats in the race, and they are dueling it out right now with the B boat now just about a foot ahead of the A boat. But coxswain, seeing that happening, is now shifting back, and it's the Thompson Boat Center A boat that's back into second place and moving ahead, trying to close the gap between their bow and the stern of the boat from Saugatuck that's in the lead in this women's junior A4 final. Saugatuck still in the lead in this fight of the fours. Approaching 500 meters to go. Saugatuck in the lead. Thompson Boat Center Racing A is in second, and their coxswain has just lifted herself out of the pit to look back and check on the competition. That is the Thompson Boat Center Racing B boat and the U.S. Junior Women A boat in lane 4, all hot and heavy as they are heading towards the finish line. The U.S. Junior Women C boat is the one that is off pace and trailing the field slightly. The Saugatuck B slightly behind the pack as well, but out front, Saugatuck A doing their best to fend off the Thompson Boat Center boats. Saugatuck A still working hard, maintaining that open water lead. Thompson Boat Center A trying to catch up with them. Their teammates in the Thompson Boat Center B boat trying to stick with their teammates. And the U.S. Junior Women A boat in the mix, seeing if they can be the spoiler in the medal count. Saugatuck A continuing to dominate in the U.S. Junior A4 final here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. Beautiful Sunday morning in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, to watch some amazing racing happening and some sometimes dominating performances. And that's what's happening right here with Saugatuck A. Saugatuck A, stroked by Essie in lane 3, has been in the lead and continues to lead with open water. We'll see if anybody else has a sprint that can turn on the afterburners and catch up with him. And it does look like it's going to be the Thompson Boat Center Racing B boat that has begun to take over second place, maintaining their composure and pulling past their teammates in the A boat. But out front, Saugatuck heading for the gold in the Women's Junior A4 final here at the 2014 Club Nationals. Crossing the line first with open water, Thompson Boat Center Racing B coming in for silver with the Thompson Boat Center A boat getting the bronze. The U.S. Junior Women A boat in fourth, fifth belonging to the Saugatuck B boat, and sixth goes to the U.S. Junior Women's C boat in the Women's Junior A4 race. Fast scullers on the water now at Melton Hill Lake here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, as the men's senior double final is on the water. From lane 1 is New York Athletic Club. Lane 2 is Pennsylvania Athletic Club. Lane 3 is a composite between GT and LRC. Lane 4 is an unaffiliated entry. Lane 5 is the Vesper A boat, and Lane 6 is another composite, JRC MRC. Another shower has begun to dapple the smooth waters of Melton Hill Lake here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. A light shower moving across the course, the latter half of the course right now. No rain on the first 1,000 meters, and that's where that men's senior double race is hot and heavy. The men's senior double final, racing towards the halfway point. And it is a tight race between the composite boat from JRC MRC that's in lane 6 and the Vesper A boat in lane 5. Meanwhile, in third place is New York Athletic in lane 1 as they come down the course. A 2,000-meter course, about a mile and 2/10. And I would say in the 3/4 of a mile at the end of the course, there's a pretty good rain shower coming on. So raindrops falling at the finish line, but not at the halfway point as these men's senior doubles continue their move. Staying tight in this men's senior double race, but it's still the composite boat in lane 6 of JRC MRC, with Vesper giving them a battle for their money, as is the New York Athletic Club. Penn Athletic Club and composite of GT and LRC, plus the unaffiliated boat, all racing tight, but it is the unaffiliated boat, the composite boat in lane 3, lagging slightly behind the pack. USRowing would like to thank the sponsor of this video broadcast, the SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, providing this live streaming coverage. Some amazing racing has been happening this morning, and the racing continues. Look at this happening right now in the men's senior double. It's the composite from JRC MRC in the lane closest to you, lane 6, that has about a half a boat length lead over the second place boat from Vesper as they approach the 1,500-meter mark. Half a boat length there, but Vesper, it looks like they're beginning to move forward, as is that boat from the New York Athletic Club that's on the far side of the course in lane 1. New York Athletic Club pouring it on with 500 meters to go. They are pulling up and even with the second place boat from Vesper, and they will be giving that composite boat in lane 6 a run for their money before too long here. The unaffiliated boat lagging slightly behind, but Vesper, seeing the challenge from that New York Athletic Club boat, begins to pour it on. The Penn Athletic Club boat lagging behind that composite boat from GTLRC. But really, the fight out front between the composite boat in lane 6 of JRC MRC, plus Vesper in lane 5, plus New York Athletic Club in lane 1, that is where the battle is, because they are open water in front of the other 3 boats in the race. Beginning to pour it on. New York Athletic Club tried to pull even with Vesper. Now Vesper has begun to flag slightly as that composite boat in lane 6 finds an extra ounce of energy and begins to pour it on again. New York Athletic Club with a slight advantage of a bow ball over the other 2 competitors. It will be tight at the line unless somebody can pour on a sprint, and that looks like what's happening right now with that boat from Vesper. Vesper is beginning to pour it on in a sprint about 100 meters from the edge. The composite boat from JRC MRC in lane 6 sees that happening. They begin to sprint as well. Both those boats pulling away from that New York Athletic Club boat in lane 1. It looks like it'll be the composite from JRC MRC at the finish in the men's senior double final. Wow, what a performance there in the last 100 meters, passing Vesper. Vesper in second, the New York Athletic Club in third. Looks like they may have had a problem close to the end because that New York boat slowed down considerably. Here, crossing in fourth is the Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat in lane 2. The unaffiliated boat, stroked by Krupnik, coming across in fifth in lane 4. And in sixth in the men's senior double here at the 2014 Club Nationals, it's the composite boat in lane 3 from GT and LRC. Beautiful sight of the houses overlooking Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. A house in the distance beyond the finish line has quite a view of the competition here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. This is the women's senior 4 final, battling it out. 500 meters in lane 1, it's the U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp Boat C. Lane 2, it's the Development Camp Minnesota B. In lane 3 is the U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp A boat. In lane 4, it's the Minnesota Boat Club U.S. Rowing Development University of Minnesota boat composite. How's that for a mouthful? Lane 5 is Vesper A. And lane 6 on the outside there is Lookout A here in the women's senior 4 final for the Club Nationals. The rain shower that had moved through in the previous race has moved out. So it is smooth water here again at Melton Hill Lake. Battle of the Badgers happening here. We'll see which Badger is baddest, because there is the U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp A boat in lane 3, just passing the U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp Boat C here in this race. About a half a boat length advantage, but moving up fast in lane 5 is that boat from Vesper too. So the Badger Development Camp A boat is about a half a boat length lead over the Vesper boat, and just a little less than that over the other Badger boat. Meanwhile, Lookout in lane 6 in their distinctive green boat, still in the mix, as is the Minnesota Boat Club U.S. Rowing Development University of Minnesota boat in lane 4. No boat really out of the race yet, as they're flying down the course here in the women's senior 4 final at the Club Nationals. Thanks again to the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, the video sponsor. As you see these senior women's 4s cross the halfway point in this race. Second day of finals at the Club Nationals for 2014. Quite an exciting day on Friday, and there's been some fantastic finishes here on this Sunday morning as well. The red jerseys of the U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp A boat continuing to lead over the V for Victory boat from Vesper. Vesper, the defending team point champions here at the Club Nationals, and started the morning with quite an advantage over the rest of the field for, again, repeating that championship. But we'll see how it shakes out. They have an advantage in the women's points and the women's trophy points as well, but are lagging behind the New York Athletic Club in the men's points, or at least were at the start of the morning. U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp A boat in this women's Senior 4 race, continuing to lead and now increasing their lead. They have a 3/4 of a boat length lead over the boat from Vesper as they're approaching 500 meters to go. The U.S. Badger Development Camp C boat still in third. Fourth belongs to the Development Camp Minnesota B boat. But they are battling with the other Minnesota boat in lane 4. Those two boats from Minnesota battling, and the Lookout boat still much in the mix. And given those two Minnesota boats a run for their money, the Minnesota boats wearing the green jerseys and the Lookout boat is a green boat. But it is the U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp A boat out in the lead right now over Vesper in the women's Senior 4 final. Vesper continues to dog the Badgers in lane 3 as the Badgers continue to lead, but Vesper right there within 3/4 of a boat length of the Badgers. The Badgers C boat still in third, maintaining contact with those two leaders. And then it's all green in the back row, about a boat length of open water back, with the two boats from Minnesota and the Minnesota Development Camp and that boat from Lookout in lane 6. And the boat from Lookout in lane 6 is looking strong as they've begun to move forward and are passing those boats from Minnesota. But out front still in the women's Senior 4 final, it's the U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp A boat, stroked by G. Cooper, that is going for the gold. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Development Camp B boat has begun to make a move, and they're beginning to walk up on the third-place boat from the Badger Development Camp, the C boat from Badger Development Camp. But still out front, the Badger Development Camp A boat fending off the challengers as they come down to the line. Vesper getting challenged by the other Badger boat in the race, but heading towards the finish line with 50 meters to go. The U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp A boat heading for the gold as Vesper begins to pour it on. Vesper with a firm hold now on second, but it is the Badgers Development A in first. Vesper in second for silver, and the Badger Development Camp C boat for bronze, followed by that Development Camp Minnesota B boat. And here comes Lookout pouring past the other Minnesota boat for fifth and sixth, belonging to that other composite boat from Minnesota. The women's Senior 4 final. It's now the men's intermediate lightweight pair final. These lightweight pairs, difficult to steer, as you can see, as the boat from CRI, the Community Rowers, is being directed by the referees to move a little more to the left as they were beginning to infringe on the buoy line between their lane 2 and lane 3. Line up for the men's intermediate lightweight pairs here at the Club Nationals. Lane 1, Jacksonville Youth Rowing Club A. Lane 2, CRI boat A. Lane 3 is Minnesota Development Camp A. Lane 4 is Mendota B. Lane 5, the New York Athletic Club Boat B. And Lane 6 was Saugatuck Boat B. And this is the men's intermediate lightweight pair final. The men's intermediate lightweight pair final on the water at Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge. Through the first 500, still 1,500 meters to go. Pretty even battle across the course right now. Again, the lineup: Lane 1, Jacksonville Youth Rowing. Lane 2, CRI. Lane 3, Minnesota Development Camp A. Lane 4, Mendota B. Lane 5, New York Athletic Club B. And Lane 6, Saugatuck B. It's a boat from Community Rowing, Inc. that is doing very well in Lane 2 right now. They were having some steerage issues earlier, but they have recovered and looking good. They are the one who is in the lead right now. Community Rowing, Inc. in Lane 2, fighting for the lead as they approach the halfway point with the boat from New York AC, but it's Minnesota Development Camp that's in the lead right now. New York in second, CRI in third as they cross the halfway point. This men's intermediate lightweight pair final. Back from there, it's Jacksonville Youth Rowing and the Saugatuck B boat. This men's intermediate lightweight pair final. Beginning to spread out past that halfway point, and let me tell you that New York AC boat is really beginning to pull ahead. CRI trying to keep up with them, and the New York AC boat is doing their best to stay ahead of both CRI and the Minnesota Development Camp boat. But it's a fight out front. The CRI is doing a good job in fending off the New York AC boat, and as a matter of fact has now moved past them with Jacksonville Youth Rowing Club. Been talking a lot today. Taking over third place right now, and the fight at the front, though, between CRI and New York AC, but CRI has the advantage as they began to pour it on about 1,250 meters in. They now have a full boat length lead over that boat from the New York Athletic Club. Jacksonville holding on to third place there, trying to keep up with the two boats in front. There's quite a fight going with 500 meters to go, but CRI continues to be in the lead in the men's intermediate lightweight pair with the New York Athletic Club in second. Meanwhile, Mendota B is hanging on to third, or actually fighting for third with that boat from Jacksonville. So we'll have to see how it sorts out as they come down to the wire. A Saugatuck B boat in lane 6 is trailing the field, but out front it is CRI right now. But they are trying to maintain that lead with some challengers beginning to move up from the back. New York Athletic Club trying to catch up with the boat from CRI, the Community Rowers Incorporated. They're in lane 2. They are in the lead here in the men's intermediate lightweight pair right now with that boat from New York in second place. Mendota is, in the meantime, had been fighting for third with Jacksonville, but Jacksonville is back in third now. CRI in first, heading towards that gold. Fluorescent green caps on top of red jerseys. They are going with their training, keeping that fast stroke rate in these final 100 meters towards that finish, going for the gold. In the meantime, New York Athletic Club trying to hold on to second as Jacksonville is trying to sprint and catch up for that second place and be a spoiler, but I don't think it's going to happen because coming down to the line, here is CRI winning the gold in the men's intermediate lightweight pair here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. Second place going to the New York Athletic Club. Here comes third, and it's going to be a fight because Mendota's trying to catch up there with Jacksonville, but it is Jacksonville in third, Mendota in fourth. And rounding out the field here in the men's intermediate lightweight pair final at the Club Nationals, it's the boat from the Minnesota Development Camp in lane 3 and Saugatuck B in lane 6. Picking up the next race, about 300 meters from the start. This is the women's intermediate lightweight single final. The lineup, lane 1 is McHenry from Cambridge. Lane 2 is California, the A boat, stroked by Huddle. Lane 3 is California B with Christel. Lane 4, Penn AC, stroked by Mosier. Lane 5, on the left of your screen right now, is Taylor from Lincoln Park. And in lane 6, on the right-hand lane that you're looking at right there, is Maxwell from Vesper, one of 18 Vesper boats in finals. And this finals day for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. 6 women fighting for the gold in the women's intermediate lightweight single final here. 2 of the boats from California. The single rowers, it's all, you don't have a coxswain to tell you where things are or where your competition is or whether you're going straight. It is all on your shoulders and your back and your legs and your brain as you're fighting your way down the course, these 2,000 meters. In the women's intermediate lightweight single final, 6 boats, 3 medals. Have to see how it all works out. Again, McHenry from Cambridge in lane 1, Huddle from California in lane 2, Christel from California in lane 3, Mosier from Penn AC in lane 4, Taylor from Lincoln Park in lane 5, and Maxwell from Vesper in lane 6. Slight advantage right now from Christel from California. Little bit of a lead over the field right now, but plenty of competition in this women's intermediate lightweight single. Taylor from Lincoln Park, watching the competition, very confident in her strokes as she continues to power down the course. As you can see, she's in the lead, but just slightly over the California boat rowed by Christelle, and the California boat rowed by Christelle. Rowed by Huddle. Huddle is in third right now, but getting a run for her money from Maxwell from Vesper. That's a fight for third happening in this women's intermediate lightweight single. Halfway point, Taylor from Lincoln Park in front by a nose. So Taylor from Lincoln Park out front, being chased by the two boats from California and the boat from Vesper. It's Mosier from the Penn AC and McInnery from the Cambridge crew that are both running behind these leaders. But out front, Taylor from Lincoln Park. Trying to hold on to the lead, but just as I say that, here comes a big push from Christelle from California in lane 3. Just past the halfway mark, Christelle beginning to make her move, and the lead that Taylor had, the Lincoln Park boat in lane 5, had almost a boat length lead, but now is 2/3 of a boat length behind Christelle from California, who began to pour it on right about the 12:50 mark. She's continuing the relatively high stroke rate, but very powerful strokes. Christelle from California in the lead right now. Taylor from Lincoln Park trying to respond and keep up. She's keeping her stroke rate down. Nope, as a matter of fact, just began to pick it up again. And she crosses that mark with 750 meters to go to the finish. She's still in contact with Christelle from California, who is in the lead. Third place, it's Huddle from California. But quite a battle going on behind that as these ladies begin to spread out on the course. Trying to close the gap, it's Maxwell from Vesper in lane 6, beginning to try to move forward and catch up with those front two boats. She looks very calm, cool, and collected, but out front, moving fast, that boat from California rowed by Christelle. Christelle is in the lead. A boat length in a little open water over Taylor from Lincoln Park. Then it's Huddle from California dueling with Maxwell from Vesper for third. The Cambridge boat and the Penn AC boat trailing the field by about a boat length.
4, 3, 2, 1.
She made her move just past the halfway point. Can Christelle hold on at the finish, fend off her teammate and that boat from Lincoln Park? We'll be able to tell about 500 meters from now as they continue to move down the course here in the Club Nationals for 2014 in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Christelle made that move just past the halfway point, stretched it out into about 4 feet of open water in a lead over the second place boat from Taylor. But now Maxwell from Vesper beginning to make a move. And make a move on both Taylor and the third place boat from Huddle from California. So they are all moving right now. I'd give 5th place to Cambridge and 6th place to the Penn AC boat. The Penn AC boat right in the center of the course is seems to have been moving back more than forward. But here in the front, Christelle grabbing and holding on to the lead, entering the red boys, 250 meters to go for the gold in the women's intermediate lightweight single race.
All right, flags up, watch it clear.
Looks like it'll be a battle for third if Taylor can hold on to second, but Christelle from California in first place, continuing to steadily stroke towards the finish. Taylor continuing in second, Huddle from California fighting for third with Maxwell from Vesper. Then it's Cambridge and Penn AC in that order. A 5-boat-length open water lead for Christelle from California as she heads towards the finish line in the women's intermediate lightweight single. Here at the Club Nationals, grabbing the gold, Taylor from Lincoln Park trying to hold on for silver, and here comes Maxwell from Vesper pouring it on at the end, trying to catch up with Taylor, but it looks like Maxwell from Vesper will be in third for the bronze. Huddle from California will be in fourth. Cambridge, McInerney continues to stroke towards the finish line for fifth place in the women's intermediate lightweight single, and it will be Mosier from Pennsylvania Athletic Club in sixth in the women's intermediate lightweight singles. The big boys and the big boats, the men's Senior 8 final on the water in Oak Ridge for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. In the lineup in Lane 1 in the Senior 8, it's Thompson Boat Center Racing A. Lane 2, New York Athletic Club A. Lane 3, Vesper A. In Lane 4, Mendota A. In Lane 5, Pennsylvania Athletic Club A. And in Lane 6, Mendota B. Two boats from Mendota in the men's Senior 8 final here. Mendota up in Madison, Wisconsin. They row on beautiful Lake Mendota. It's the oldest community rowing club in Madison. Some beautiful water there that they stroke on as well. Men's Senior 8 final on the water as you're enjoying this video coverage of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals, sponsored by SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. The men's Senior 8 on the water right now. It's New York AC in the lead. It's Mendota A in second, and Pennsylvania Athletic Club in third. They are flying down the course, though. Mendota B trying to stick with the pack. All these boats still in touch with each other. Still trying to maintain a tight formation as they cross the 1,000-meter mark. But it's still the New York Athletic Club in the lead. Mendota A in second and Mendota B in third. About a 7-seat lead for the New York Athletic Club over Mendota A, but moving up fast, that Pennsylvania Athletic Club boat, they're beginning to make a move on that Mendota B boat, trying to take over third place. Not out of the mix is that race from is the boat from the Thompson Boat Center. They're still maintaining contact too, so this might get hairy down towards the end. A little bit of sun beginning to break through as they're 750 meters from the finish. And it looks like Mendota A has begun to dig in and walk up on the boat from the New York AC. What was a 7-seat advantage is now only a 6-seat advantage, soon to be a 5-seat advantage, because Mendota A is on the move in the men's Senior 8s. Here at the Club Nationals, New York had been enjoying the lead, and they are still sticking with it, not panicking, slow and steady at the 1,500-meter mark. It's still the New York Athletic Club out front. Mendota A, though, on the move, with Mendota B trying to follow, and the Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat trying to stick with them as well. Meanwhile, Vesper A is out of the medals right now, and that could affect some of the team point trophies, but there's still 300 meters to go. We'll have to see how it shakes out. New York AC trying to maintain the lead in the men's senior eights. Mendota A moving, trying to catch up. Mendota B still holding on to third place with Penn AC in fourth, Vesper in fifth, and TBC now dropping back to sixth. But out front, New York AC beginning their sprint about 200 meters from the finish. They see that threat looming, and they begin to pour it on. New York AC, Mendota A, Mendota B, 1, 2, 3 right now. Pennsylvania AC is in fourth, with Vesper trying to stay in the mix. But out front, here is the New York Athletic Club digging towards that finish line. Mendota trying to catch up, making a bit of a move, but still 5 seats behind at the finish. It's New York AC in the men's senior 8 final in first. Mendota A in second. Mendota B in third. Pennsylvania AC will take fourth. Vesper will be in fifth. And Thompson Boat Center Racing A, they had been in the mix early on but seemed to fall back. They will cross the line sixth in the men's senior 8 here at the Club Nationals, but they are celebrating, and the New York AC boat happy. They were splashing their oars on the water once they heard that horn at the finish in the men's senior 8 races. Men's Senior 8, an exciting race here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals here on Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. There's a slight break in the racing. The next race scheduled to go off at 12:20. Next race will be the men's intermediate single final. But right now, we'll take a pause in the racing at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Welcome back to live streaming of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals from Oak Ridge, Tennessee, in the beautiful Melton Hill Lake, part of the Clinch River system. The men's intermediate single final has begun. The lineup in lane 1, Latham from SoCal Scullers. In lane 2, Markiewicz from ROCCS. For lane 3, Clougher from New York Athletic Club. Lane 4 is Pareba from Essex. Lane 5 is Bledsoe from the SoCal Scullers. And lane 6, Konechny from the Sarasota crew. Video broadcast of the Club Nationals is made possible by the SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. U.S. Rowing also thanks the National Rowing Foundation for their generous support, and to corporate sponsors and partners like Boathouse Sports, EMC Venues, Connect-A-Dock, JP Crickets, Ludus Tours, and Rudy Project. Also to ANX eBusiness Corps for their corporate sponsorship as well. A clean start in the first 500 meters of the race under their belt as these men's intermediate single scullers settle in for the middle portion of the race. In the brief break in the competition, the sun did come out and warm up things just a bit. But still, it's a nice day for rowing here in Tennessee. Pareba from Essex in the lead, Clougher from New York in second, and Latham from SoCal Scullers in third. Through the 750 and heading towards the halfway point. You can see Pareba checking out the competition as he continues to stroke forward. Latham from SoCal Scullers in that outside lane seems to be bothering him, but we'll see how that all works out. But it's still Clougher from New York AC in second, with Latham from SoCal Scullers in lane 1 in third at this point in the race. $1,500 crews competing in the Club Nationals here in Oak Ridge this week. It's been a marvelous competition. The time trials, heats, semifinals, and now the finals. Second day of finals, races 38 through 71. This is race 63, the men's intermediate single final. So just a couple of handfuls of races left. This one halfway through, with Pareba from Essex still in the lead, Clougher from New York in second, and Latham from SoCal Scullers in third. Fourth belongs to Markiewicz from ROCCS, and it was Konechny from Sarasota and Bledsoe from SoCal Scullers battling it out for fifth. Out front, though, it is still Pareba from Essex with a open water lead over the second place boat from New York, rowed by Clougher. Pareba has been keeping an eye on the competition, and now he noticed that Clougher from New York in the lane right next to him has begun to lengthen his strokes. Clougher is beginning to try to move up on Pareba, and Pareba sees that challenges, but seems to be maintaining what he is. It's about a half a boat length lead. What was an open water lead is now just a half a boat length as Clougher from New York AC begins to row and move forward in this men's intermediate single final. Latham from SoCal Scullers still in third, and then the rest of the field behind that. Just like that, Pareba's lead is cut down to a third of a boat length. Cluffer almost even with Pareba fighting out in front. It's still Latham from SoCal in third place in this men's intermediate single final. A serious show here with 500 meters to go. Pareba still in the lead, but it is Cluffer from New York AC right beside him and giving him a run for his money. Cluffer still fighting, glancing over. They exchange looks as they know they're getting to the point where one or the other will have to assert himself and exert himself to get that gold medal in the men's intermediate single here at the 2014 Club Nationals. Three boats out front, a couple of links of open water back to the remaining three boats in this race. But the fight really is out front. A boat length and some open water ahead with Cluffer and Pareba going at it. Cluffer from New York Athletic Club, Pareba from Essex. Just as it's been for most of the race, Latham from SoCal hanging on to third, but then open water back to the other three boats in the race. Slight advantage to Konechny from Sarasota, who I'll give fourth right now. Fifth to Bledsoe from SoCal, and the boat from ROCCS in sixth. But the sun begins to shine at the finish line as Cluffer digs his oars in, picks up the pace, and has now passed Pareba. Pareba beginning his sprint as well, 70 meters from the finish. Can Pareba, who had been leading, come back and pass Cluffer again? Here comes Pareba. Pareba walking up on Cluffer from New York AC at the finish. 25 meters to go. Here comes Pareba digging in. Cluffer trying to respond at the line. Wow, what a finish. It looks like Pareba from Essex pulled out the gold. Cluffer from New York AC with the silver. Latham from SoCal now crossing the line in third for the bronze. A battle for fourth shaping up in lanes 5 and 6 as Bledsoe and Konechny come down to the line. Advantage Bledsoe, but Konechny digging in as well. It come back. Oh, that will be hard to call. We'll have to wait for the official results. And then here comes Markowicz from ROCCS, sixth in the men's intermediate single final. Now to the women's intermediate pair final, just underway, 50 meters from the start in lane 1. It's Seattle. In lane 2, Calhoun Community College. In lane 3, it'll be the Seattle area. In lane 4, it will be USRowing Badger Development Camp, Boat B. And then in lane 5, Saugatuck B. And in lane 6, on the right of your screen, that's Cambridge. The women's intermediate pair final for the Club Nationals. Melton Hill Lake, beautiful race course nestled here in the hills of Oak Ridge, Tennessee, the former Secret City. The venue's played host to many regattas, including the U.S. Rowing Youth Nationals for 2011 through 13. And in 2010, these Club Nationals were here. Last year, they were on the Cooper River in Camden, New Jersey. And next year, the U.S. Rowing Club National Championships for 2015, they'll be held July 15th through 19th in Bethel, Ohio, in East Fork State Park on Harsha Lake in Claremont County. Harsha Lake has been host to many, many regattas, collegiate, junior, and otherwise. The race here, the women's intermediate pair final. Again, lane 1, Seattle area. Lane 2, Calhoun Community College. Lane 3, Seattle area, Boat A. That lane 1 is Seattle area C. In Lane 4, the U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp Boat B, and Lane 5, Saugatuck Boat B. Lane 6, Cambridge Boat A, the women's intermediate pair final. So they make their way down the course, 500 meters in, and still tightly grouped together with an advantage for Seattle Area A, the U.S. Badger Development Camp B, and the Seattle Area C boats. Those three have the advantage over Calhoun Community College, Saugatuck, and Cambridge. As the locomotive whistle wails here at the finish line, the tracks paralleling the Melton Hill Lake, part of the Clinch River system here in the Tennessee Valley. Seattle Area A continuing to lead in the women's intermediate pair. U.S. Badger Development Camp B also in the mix with Seattle Area C. These pairs rowing for the gold at the Club Nationals. Through 750, heading for the halfway point, still advantage to Seattle Area A. Seattle Area C, though, has begun to make some inroads and has begun to close the gap with that U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp B boat. But still almost a full boat advantage for the Seattle Area A boat in Lane 3. But coming up fast in Lane 6 is the boat from Cambridge to give a challenge here at the halfway point of the women's intermediate pair. And there they come, indeed, Cambridge. Big, big move from Cambridge with Huber at stroke as they head towards that 1,000-meter mark. They are now in second, firmly in second. All the boats beginning to bunch up again. Third still belongs to Actually, it looks like a Calhoun Community College has entered into the fray. And they are at the 1,000-meter mark, still bunched together with the exception of that Seattle Area A boat and the Cambridge A boat that are all about, I'd say, half a boat length of open water ahead of the other four boats in this race. Very, very tight here as Calhoun Community College boat is holding on to third, but then on the next stroke it looks like the U.S. Rowing Badger Development boat comes in, but then another stroke and the Seattle Area C boat is there. But then there's Saugatuck also in the mix. Back and forth, hard to call it for third right now because they are dueling at the 1,000-meter mark. It's a fight. Seattle Area C, who had been firmly holding on to third, feels that challenge, and they have picked up their pace. They have now pulled about a half a boat length ahead of the others, but that is still a pack that is fighting tooth and nail there in this women's intermediate pair final. Out front, though, what a move from Cambridge. Cambridge and Seattle Area A are dueling it out. Seattle Area A, having seen that threat, have begun to move back out, and they now are firmly in control of first, but Cambridge is firmly in control of second. Meanwhile, Seattle Area C, trying to pull from the pack, is now closing that gap with the boat from Cambridge, but they're still in third right now, moving up, as is the U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp B boat in the red jerseys. They are now in fourth, trying to walk up on that Seattle area boat. They're beginning to make a move. Calhoun Community College and Saugatuck dueling it out for fifth right now. Advantage Saugatuck. Out front, though, it is still Seattle Area A and Cambridge, battling and doing with every stroke. Cambridge continuing to try to make a move with less than 500 meters to go. Out front, it's Seattle Area in first, Cambridge in second, the U.S. Rowing Badger Development Camp in third. Seattle Area with just about a half a boat length advantage over the Cambridge right now. In the meantime, that Badger boat beginning to badger the Cambridge boat, trying to take advantage of that. Calhoun Community College and the Saugatuck boats battling it out for fifth, with the other Seattle boat trying to hold on to third, but it is quite a finish shaping up here with inside of 300 meters to go. The women's intermediate pair final, the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Maybe 4 boat lengths front to back in this pack as they head towards those red buoys. The red buoys indicating 250 meters to the finish. The rowers seeing this won't have to turn around to know. They rode this enough to have the feel, to have a sense of just how many strokes they have left to do it. Seattle Area A, they have begun their sprint 150 meters from the finish. They are beginning to pull harder and faster, and they are beginning to pull away and open water between their stern and the bow of the Cambridge boat. Cambridge just glanced over their shoulder, saw what was happening. They've begun their sprint. Meanwhile, Seattle Area C in lane 1 has begun their sprint and trying to catch up with the Cambridge boat. The Badger boat in the middle in the red beginning to pour it on as well. A fight for second shaping up, but Cambridge beginning to come back. But here for the women's intermediate pair gold comes the Seattle Area A boat, stroked by Ernst, crossing the finish line first. Cambridge fending off the challenges, gets the silver in the women's intermediate pair. It is that Badger boat for third and Saugatuck for fourth. The other Seattle Area boat flagging at the end comes in fifth, and it's Calhoun Community College in sixth in the women's intermediate pair. The men's senior lightweight single out of the breakage zone and underway here at the 2014 Club National Championships. The lineup in the men's senior lightweight singles: in lane 1, Devesa from Orlando. In lane 2, Black from Malta. In lane 3, Savoy from Westerville. In lane 4, Haynes from Undine. In lane 5, Rouse from All-American. And in lane 6, Olson, unaffiliated USA. The men's senior lightweight single lineup on the water and about 500 meters into their gold medal race here at the Club National Championships. Interesting angle to watch these rowers as they go about their business, trying to keep their stroke rate steady and an eye on the competition. Haynes from Undine towards the front, as is Black from Malta. Malta, by the way, shares a boathouse in Philadelphia with the Vesper Boat Club, right next door to each other. You can't truthfully say whether they're good neighbors or not, but I'm sure they get along. It's Black from Malta who is in the lead right now, and Haynes from Undine close behind, with Rouse from All-American, who set quite a pace in some of the sprints, in third in this men's senior lightweight single. Again, for men, lightweight is 160 pounds or less for this regatta, and for many of them. These rowers do their best to maintain that weight. Big spread on the field here in the men's senior lightweight single, with Black from Malta still ahead. A fight for third place going on between Rouse from All-American, Olson from unaffiliated, and Savoy from Westerville. at the halfway point, but still out in the lead. Black from Malta. Olsen in that unaffiliated boat doing his best to ignore what's going on beside him as Savoy from Westerville begins to move forward. It is Olsen who's in front of Rouse from All-American, who's in front of Savoy from Westerville, but they are in the back of the pack. Other boats out in front, fighting towards that finish line and hopefully the gold medal, but they are stacking up across the course right now and beginning to spread out slightly. That's Haynes from Undine, who's in second right now. And then moving forward to Black from Malta, who is putting on a clinic when it comes to this men's lightweight single final. He is out front with several lengths of open water in front of the rest of his competitors. And as I said, putting on a clinic and showing how it's done. But hoping that he has plenty still in his gas tank, because he went out fast and furious there. So it will be interesting to see if he can maintain that speed and pull. Meanwhile, Haynes from Undine puffing his cheeks out, trying to keep up, as there's the fight for third from Savoy from Westerville, Rouse from All-American, and Olsen from the unaffiliated, with a real fight between Olsen and that boat from Westerville. Domination is the story of this men's lightweight single race, as Black from Malta established a lead, increased the lead, and has kept the lead. And barring a series of unfortunate circumstances, looks like he has firm control of this race. About 5 boat lengths of open water ahead of the second place boat of Haynes from Undine, but Black from Malta out ahead in a dominating fashion. Haynes from Undine realizes he has to do something, so he's beginning to pick up the pace. Third place right now belongs to Olsen, the unaffiliated boat in lane 6, with Savoy from Westerville giving him a run for his money, and Rouse from All-American in that mix. Devesa from Orlando well off the pace and trailing the field by a couple of 100 meters. But here it is with it's Black from Malta dominating the men's senior lightweight single race here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Black from Malta, he established the lead early in the race and went on to continue to pull. Here he is, a mere 70 meters from the finish line with no one in sight. Just amazing how much Black has dominated this men's senior lightweight single race. All alone, 50 meters in front of the second place boat. Black from Malta wins the men's senior lightweight single gold. Here is Haynes from Undine, looking for the silver, now crossing the finish line for that second place. In the meantime, Savoy from Westerville, pulling hard, has passed Olsen, the unaffiliated rower, and it will be Savoy from Westerville who comes in third. Olsen, the unaffiliated USA rower, comes in fourth. Having gone out to third, he began to flag towards the end and slid back. Also, it's Rouse from All-American coming in fifth. And while these 5 boats have finished, for some unknown reason, it looks like Devesa from Orlando is still 250 meters from the finish, but trying to finish 6th in the men's senior lightweight single here at the Club Nationals. Here comes DeVesa from Orlando. It has to be disappointing here on the Club National stage to have had circumstances against him to end up so far behind, but coming in sixth in the men's senior lightweight single. The finals continue. The next race set to go off at 12:52, so another slight break here of 5 to 7 minutes in this live video streaming of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships from Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Melton Hill Lake. The video sponsor for these broadcasts is the SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. Thanks for their support of this video coverage, allowing fans and family members all around the world to enjoy the competition via the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel as it goes along. The next race will be the men's Junior B quad, again scheduled to start at 12:52 after a slight break here at the Club Nationals in Oak Ridge. Ready to resume racing here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships on Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Counting down to the last handful of finals for the day, beginning with the men's Junior B quad final. They've been sitting patiently with stake boat holders holding on for the last few minutes. The lineup there in lane 1 is Texas Rowing A. In lane 2, it's Sarasota Crew B. In lane 3, it is Sarasota Crew A. In lane 4, it is Maritime A. And they are just holding up their hand, indicating they're ready. In lane 5, it's Potomac A. And in lane 6, Saugatuck A. They look like they're aligned, and they are underway. The flag has dropped, and off goes the men's Junior B quad final for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. A fast sprint off the line. There's Potomac outstroking Saugatuck off the line with just the slightest of advantages. All the boats going full tilt off the line for settling in for that slow and steady center portion, and then for the big sprint to the finish. Men's Junior B quad finals. These are the younger rowers. Junior B, meaning none of the rowers in the boats are 17 years of age yet, 16 or below. You can't turn 17 within the calendar year, or are not allowed to. So these are the youngest of the rowers rowing here at the Club Nationals this year. 16 years old and less, and heading for, I'm sure, what many will make a lifelong love of rowing. Video coverage of these Club Nationals sponsored by SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. Thanks again for the hospitality of the Oak Ridge Rowing Association for hosting the 2014 Club Nationals. And thanks to U.S. Rowing's sponsors, including generous support from the National Rowing Foundation and its corporate sponsors and partners, including ANX eBusiness Corps, Boathouse Sports, Connect-A-Dock, EMC Venues, JP Crickets, Ludus Tours, and Rudy Project. The U.S. Rowing National Team program relies on strong partnerships with corporations like this to enable continued success. The men's Junior B quad final on the water right now. A race, Texas Rowing in lane 1, Sarasota in lane 2, the B boat in lane 2, Sarasota Crew A in lane 3, Maritime A in 4, Potomac in lane 5, and Saugatuck in lane 6, and 750 meters in, it is Maritime in those distinct fluorescent green ones that are out in the lead. The two boats from Sarasota close behind, and Texas Rowing still in the mix as well, but about a half a boat length lead for Maritime here in the men's Junior B quad final. Stretching it out as the field heads towards that halfway point. Well, there's been perfect today. One or two passing minor showers, but otherwise nice rowing. No wind and not that hot for a Tennessee summer. Temperature 73 degrees at midday. I'm sure many Tennesseans would say, hallelujah. Love that low lack of humidity. Of course, plenty of humidity, but the low temperatures help. Men's Junior B quad final on the water. Maritime in first, the two Sarasota crews trailing second and third and fighting their way towards the front. Texas Rowing trying to be a spoiler as well, but it will be quite a fight. Potomac trying to stick with the crowd. Saugatuck in lane 6 trailing slightly, but Maritime out in front, leading the two boats from Sarasota. Quite a battle in the front, but Maritime in those fluorescent green hats doing well and maintaining that lead over the Sarasota crews. The Sarasota crews battling amongst themselves, but it's Texas maintaining contact with those crews as they move down the course. and only Saugatuck seeming to trail. Texas Rowing at the 12:50 mark, beginning to turn it on, challenge the Sarasota Crew B boat for third place in the men's Junior B quad. Maritime and Sarasota A dueling it out in the front, with Maritime having the advantage by a boat length and a little open water. So Maritime continue with a boat length and a little open water in the lead over Sarasota Crew A, Sarasota Crew B battling for third with Texas Rowing A, and Potomac in fifth, Saugatuck in sixth as they come down to 500 meters to go. Passing that 1,500 meter mark, still an advantage for Maritime. Open water, going for the gold in the men's Junior B quad at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Maritime a boat length out over Sarasota A. Sarasota B losing ground to Texas right now. And they have to be careful because out in lane 5, Potomac is beginning to challenge as well. Saugatuck trailing the field by several boat lengths, so they will have a rough time of it in catching up, but still will be the 6th fastest men's Junior B quad here at the 2014 Club Nationals. Maritime trying to hold on boat length and a little open water lead over the Sarasota A, but the Sarasota A boat trying to make a move as they enter those red buoys and 250 meters to go. Maritime trying to cling to that lead. Sarasota trying to move forward. In the meantime, the other Sarasota boat has lost third place to Texas in these final couple hundred meters. Family and fellow crew members trying to lend support to the Sarasota boats as the Sarasota boats begin their sprint. The Sarasota A boat trying to sprint to catch up with Maritime, but Maritime's already begun its sprint. It's heading towards the finish line, and the gold medal in the men's Junior B quad at the 2014 Club National Championships. It's Maritime crossing the line with open water over Sarasota A. Sarasota with that silver, and here comes the battle for the bronze. Texas had passed Sarasota C, but Sarasota C is beginning to move back. Too little, too late as Texas takes third. Sarasota B, takes fourth. Here comes Potomac for fifth in the men's Junior B quad, and crossing the line for the 6th fastest men's Junior B quad in the Club Nationals, it's Saugatuck here in Oak Ridge at Melton Hill Lake. The women's Junior B8, the young eights on the water, lining up. Lane 1, a composite of Friends of Port Rowing, Long Island Rowing, and Sagamore. Lane 2, Resilient Rowing Club. Lane 3 is Thompson Boat Center Racing A. Lane 4 is a composite between HR and Saugatuck. Lane 5 is the Thompson Boat Center Racing B boat. And lane 6 is East Tennessee. The 6 boats racing here in the women's Junior B8 final at the Club Nationals here in Oak Ridge. Last year, the Club Nationals were on the Cooper River in Camden, New Jersey. That was for 2 years. A year before that, they were here at Oak Ridge. A lot of fine rowing going on, and here these young rowers, you can see that boat a-rocking as those Young rowers are pulling hard on those oars in their quest for gold here at the Club Nationals. So that lane 4 composite is Harborside and Saugatuck, boats from Long Island, collaborating and competing here in the women's junior B8. Matter of fact, getting a little bit of steering suggestion from the ref right now. Two composite boats, two boats from Thompson Boat Center in Washington, D.C., one from East Tennessee, and the other, the Resilient Rolling Club from Resilient from Virginia, based in Virginia. See how tight this is. These young rowers have gone through a day of time trials, a day of heats, then semifinals, then finals. The finals, of course, the quest, those top 6 boats wanting to be one of the 6 fastest at the Club National Championships. That's what they're fighting for right now. We have these women's junior B8s, and then the men's senior lightweight 8 that will be competing, and then some dash, a fun wrap-up to the Club Nationals. 500-meter dashes in the women's and men's singles. We will bring them to you live as well here on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel. The women's junior B8 final here. The boats from Washington, D.C., those boats from the Thompson Boat Center, 1 and 2 right now, with the A boat in lane 3 in the lead, with the B boat in lane 5 in second place. They're trailing just by about a boat length, less than a boat length for the difference between those Thompson Boat Center boats. In the meantime, that Harborside Saugatuck collaboration in lane 4, that composite boat, is in third place. Fourth belongs to the Resilient RC boat. The other composite boat, Friends of Port Rowing, Long Island, and Saugatuck, are in fifth place. And East Tennessee is trailing the field, becoming unhitched from the field by a boat length or so in lane 6. But out front, the 2 boats from the Thompson Boat Center, based in Washington, D.C. They're at mile marker 0 in the old Chesapeake and Ohio Canal. They're on the Potomac River at the confluence with a Rock Creek. Been there since 1960, named after the fellow who had that boathouse built back in 1960. Halfway through the race at the front in the women's junior B8, it is the Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat, followed by the Thompson Boat Center Racing B boat. Third boat is the composite between Harborside and Saugatuck. Then Resilient, the composite from Friends of Port Rowing, Long Island, and Saugatuck. So it is going to be a race between some teammates, I think, for that gold medal, though it is almost a boat-length lead for the Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat. Shaping up for a battle between teammates here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. Battle for second as the Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat is in the lead in lane 3. But the battle is between the composite boat from Harborside Saugatuck, the Thompson Boat Center B boat, and the Resilient Racing boat. Those are lanes 5, 4, and 2, battling it out for second right now. Slightly off the pace is the composite in lane 1 from the Friends from Long Island, basically. And way off the pace is the East Tennessee boat, but still in this 6-boat race, just several lengths back. The Thompson Boat Center Racing A boat in the lead, open water over their teammates. A fight for second happening, but it looks like the Thompson Boat B is in second right now, with Resilient giving a run for their money with that composite from Harborside Saugatuck. Seeking the gold medal in the women's junior B8s. The young rowers from the Thompson Boat Center in Washington, D.C. The A boat showing they have earned the right to be the A boat, as they have an open water lead over the second place boat from their crew. The Thompson Boathouse B is in second place right now in the women's junior B8, but that A boat is laying their pedal to the metal, their oar to the water, and they are stroking towards a gold medal. Starting their sprint 100 meters from the finish, the Thompson Boat Center A going for the gold. Thompson Boat Center B, in the meantime, trying to catch up with their teammates, trying to fend off a challenge from the Resilient Rowing Club for that second place spot. But it is Thompson Boathouse Center's A boat winning the gold medal at the Club Nationals. The B boat with silver, and coming from behind, it is that compilation from Long Island of Harborside and Saugatuck, just edging out Resilient for the bronze. Then the composite from the Friends of Port Rowing, the Long Island Rowing, and Saugatuck coming in fifth. Meanwhile, finishing sixth in the women's junior B8 final, here at the Club Nationals in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, the East Tennessee crew coming to the finish line. The final 2,000-meter race of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships on the water and underway. It's the men's senior lightweight 8 final. In this race, 3 boats for the men's senior lightweight 8. Detroit A in lane 2, New York Athletic Club in lane 3, and Vesper in lane 4. The Vesper boat hoping to score, and score well, in order to add to the team points and to the men's trophy points. We'll have to wait and see how it all works out. Advantage right now to the New York Athletic Club boat in lane 3, slightly ahead of Detroit and Vesper at this early stage of the game in this last 2,000-meter race of the 2014 Club Nationals. Again, thank you to the Oak Ridge Rowing Association for being hospitable and gracious hosts for all the guests here racing, some 1,500-plus crews, 5 days of racing here in Tennessee. It's been a wonderful time, if not a bit damp around the edges. Thanks to our video sponsor, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, the SRAA, providing you the opportunity anywhere you can connect to the internet to enjoy this racing live during these finals. Here in the middle of the race for the men's senior lightweight 8, it is the New York Athletic Club in first, Detroit in second, and Vesper in third. There still are 2 more finals left. You may notice in the background as you're watching this race that there are some singles out on the water. They will be racing in a 500-meter dash. The last 2 races, the women's open single dash for 500 meters, and then the men's open dash. There were time trials yesterday, and I believe it was Mr. Rouse from All-American who set the bar high with a time of 1:44 in the 500 meter. New York Athletic Club continuing to lead. Here comes a push from Vesper in lane 4, trying to catch up with them. Detroit right beside the New York Athletic Club, also fighting for a piece of that gold medal. They're very tightly packed in this men's senior lightweight 8 as they cross the halfway point and continue on. Detroit had been in second and challenging New York, has now fallen off the pace somewhat and fell back. Matter of fact, they are a boat length or better behind the two leaders. New York Athletic Club still in the lead in the men's senior lightweight 8. Vesper giving them a run for their money and beginning to walk up on them as they head towards 12:50 into the race. The last 2,000-meter race of the day. It's been a fantastic morning of finals here at the 2014 Club Nationals and promises to be fun as well. And again, the 2015 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships will be held July 15th through 19th, 2015 in Bethel, Ohio, just east of Cincinnati. Hosted by the Claremont crew, the event will take place on Harsha Lake at East Fork State Park in Claremont County. Beautiful water out there. We hope to see you there, or cheering on your favorite rowers. Vespers, a big push right now, pulls ahead of New York AC in the men's senior lightweight 8. Detroit off the pace slightly. New York may have gone out a little too fast. 600 meters from the finish. Vesper beginning to make their move with a one-seat advantage. The crowds on the shore beginning to let their voices be heard for these rowers. And no doubt the New York Athletic Club folks are yelling loudly, urging their rowers to stay up there with that boat from Vesper. Vesper, though, has been putting it on. The Vesper coxswain shaking her fist at her rowers, saying, hey, you have a 5-seat advantage. Keep it going, boys. Now she's picking up her other fist and shaking it at them, urging them on, saying, hey, boys, keep your head in the boat. We're going for the gold. It's Vesper racing for the gold in the men's senior lightweight 8. The coxswains urging it on. New York Athletic Club not out of the race yet. Detroit, though, falling back. Couple of boat lengths of open water behind. It is Vesper in the lead, trying to hold on and trying to increase their lead. Vesper almost a full boat advantage now with the New York Athletic Club, 200 yards from the finish. The men's senior lightweight 8. Going for the gold at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. Vesper had been waiting and hanging in second, made their move. They have now passed the New York Athletic Club, stroking towards gold in the men's senior lightweight 8 final. They continue to drive towards the finish. New York Athletic Club trying to catch up, but it's Vesper with open water at the finish line for the gold in the men's senior lightweight 8s. New York Athletic Club gets us the silver. And Detroit, fighting their way towards the finish line, will be third in the men's senior lightweight 8 at the Club Nationals. A fun finish for the 2014 Club Nationals here in Oak Ridge. 500-meter dashes. Women first, then the men. Floating start at the 1,500-meter mark. They will dash as hard as they can towards the finish. Lining up for the women's open singles dash. In lane 1, Huber from Cambridge. Lane 2 is Parker from Charles River Scullers. In lane 3, Charis from Y-Quad Cities, who's been proving to be the one to beat in this competition. In lane 4 is Bilovsky from Sagamore. Lane 5 is Day from Florida. And lane 6 is Haynes from Resilient. The 500-meter open dash for singles here at the Club Nationals. A fun finish. You know, you think they may have been rowed out already because many of these rowers have already rowed today in the finals, and here they are for another finals and one last, but at least it's only a quarter of the distance that they had before. However, it is a quarter of the distance, full tilt, full throttle. The floating starts are somewhat challenging sometimes to line up to keep it a fair fight. So they're taking time to make sure that everyone is aligned and about right at the 1,500-meter mark on this 2,000-meter course. They will still finish at the finish line, but they will be going full tilt the entire way. There's no sprint, steady, sprint. This is sprint, 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 sprint. They're lining them up for the women's single open dash. 500 meters, no stopping. Of course, you don't usually stop. The 6 rowers again. Huber from Cambridge in lane 1, furthest from you. Parker from Charles River Scullers in lane 2. Charis from Y-Quad Cities in lane 3, certainly the one everyone will have their eye on. Bilovsky from Sagamore in lane 4. Dave from Florida in lane 5. And Haynes from Resilient in lane 6 in the women's open single dash. They're still looking for alignment. Scullers sitting very still in the water. Slight push here, left or right. Maybe a little push back, trying to make sure those bow balls are all lined up for this quick 500-meter dash to the finish. And gold at the Club Nationals. They're beginning to come into alignment, but again, being a floating, they don't have the benefit of a starting dock, nor the benefit of the stake boat holders to hold the boat steady and straight. And still, so it takes a little longer to make sure everybody is lined up and in good shape. Thanks again to our video sponsor, the SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. As you can see, here they are lined up, and it looks, well, no, they're trying to tell if they're underway or not. They're still kind of moving forward. They're kind of moving forward, lining up until the flag comes up and drops. The race isn't underway, so we'll have to see how it goes. Once the alignment judge decides that things are as good as they can be, that flag will go up and drop, no doubt, in no time flat. And those rowers will hit the ground running. Clouds beginning to break up, sun beginning to break through here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Matter of fact, you can see some of the mountains in the distance in the hills of Tennessee. Pretty Sunday. Been a good Club Nationals all week long, 5 days of racing. Over 1,500 crews competing. Just Amazing, amazing competition. The scullers still being adjusted and aligned. Slow and steady. There has been, as things begin to break up, just a slightest hint of a breeze. However, it is or will be a tailwind for the rowers as it's blowing from the start to the finish on the course. They're still adjusting. Lining things up. Dave from Florida making some adjustments there. A big thank you as well to all the U.S. rowing referees who have been working out on the water all week long, doing a fine job on the water, on the shore, keeping this competition not only fair but safe. Thank you to our U.S. rowing referees. Counting down to the start for the 500-meter dash in the women's singles here at the 2014 Club Nationals. They're still adjusting. Ongoing process. They're looking nicely lined up. There are the referees behind them. Again, trying to make sure things are fair, but also keeping in mind the safety of the rowers. No worries right now. It's a beautiful day in Tennessee. Again, the lineup here. Lane 1, Huber from Cambridge. Lane 2, Parker from Charles River Scullers. 3, Charis from Y Quad Cities. 4, Belofsky from Sagamore. 5, Day from Florida. And 6, Haynes from Resilient. Lining up for the women's open single dash at the Club Nationals. Waiting for alignment. Waiting for that flag to go up and drop. As I said, without the benefit of a start dock. And stake boat holders, a little more problematic to make sure these boats and bow balls are lined up. Crowd on the shore tensely waiting, wanting to cheer their rower on, waiting as patiently as they can. Next to last race of the day for that long trip home. Watching for a signal from the ref. Just imagine those rowers trying to be as patient as they can with their heart beating fast. Listening, trying to line up to keep it all right. Lining up at that 1,500-meter mark on this 2,000-meter course. Another adjustment from Day from Florida in lane 5. And they're off. The women's open single dash at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals underway. Leaping out early, it's Charis from Y Quad Cities in lane 3. She is the woman to beat. She set the time yesterday. In the meantime, it's Day from Florida and Belofsky from Sagamore hanging right in there. Advantage to Day from Florida, who has her bow ball ahead of the Belofsky-Sagamore boat in lane 4. Also in the mix, Parker from Charles Rivers. And not left out, Haynes from Resilient and Huber from Cambridge in the 500-meter women's open single dash. Charis almost a boat length lead over the rest of the field as they come towards that finish line. It's still Day from Florida in second and Belofsky from Sagamore in third. Meantime, Parker from Charles River Scullers in fourth. with Haynes and Huber from Resilient and Cambridge, respectively, on the outside of the field, with a slight advantage for Huber from Cambridge in 5th place right now. And it does look like Haynes from Resilient is back in 6th, but it is Charis out in front, but still many meters to go. They're just hitting those red buoys indicating 250 meters, half this 500-meter race left. Charis continues to lead. It's still Dave from Florida in 2nd, Belofsky from Sagamore in 3rd, but here comes Huber from Cambridge. Also, Parker from Charles River Scullers working hard. Matter of fact, Huber from Cambridge is the one who's making the water move right now. But it is Charis out front in 1st, a full boat length and maybe even open water. Huber from Cambridge moving fast up in the outside in lane 1. But then here comes... it's Belofsky from Sagamore beginning to pour it on. Charis still in the lead, 30 meters from the finish. Charis in 1st. It's Belofsky in 2nd. I'll call Parker in 3rd right now. And then it's Huber. But we'll go. There it is. Okay, it is Belofsky in 2nd. Parker in 3rd. I'll call Dave from Florida in 4th, Huber in 5th, and Haynes from Resilient in 6th in the women's open single dash. Wow, what a race. Charis, as expected, went out early, stayed out. She is a member of the junior national team, will be representing the U.S. in world competition, so she's been rowing quite a bit and throughout this regatta and has taken home a number of medals already. I think she'll add another gold to that tally here in the women's open single 500-meter dash. And one last race, the men's dash, looming on the horizon. Last race on the schedule for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club Nationals, the men's open single dash. I'll take a moment to line up again. A floating start, 1,500 meters, the mark on the course that the referees are lining these boats up on. A floating start, so it takes a little while to make sure it will be a fair start, as you noticed with the women's dash. The lineup for the men's open singles: Lane 1, Daw from New York Athletic Club. Lane 2, Walton from the New York Athletic Club. Lane 3, Konensky from the Sarasota Crew. Lane 4, Rouse from All-American, and it was Rouse who had the hottest time in the trials yesterday. I believe 1:44 was his time in this race. In Lane 5, Hake from Westerville, and Lane 6, Wren from Jacksonville. And they're underway in the men's open single dash. The final race of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Club National Championships. 500 meters from gold Again, Dahl from New York in lane 1, Walton from New York in lane 2, Konechny from Sarasota in lane 3, Rouse, the time trial winner in lane 4, Hake from Westerville in lane 5, and Wren from Jacksonville in lane 6. And right out of the gate, it is Rouse in lane 4 from All-American, who is in the lead, and Walton from New York, who is right behind in second place. In third, it looks like it's Hake from Westerville, sticking his nose in there, but Wren from Jacksonville's not that far behind, and Konechny from the Sarasota crew also hanging. There are 5 boats that are tail to nose to tail and going right along. Only Dahl from New York's not in the picture, but he's still in touch with that pack. Rouse from All-American in the lead right now, being pursued by Walton from New York. It's also Hake from Westerville in the mix as they come down, hitting the red boys with 250 meters to go. They're halfway through this dash. Technique, you have to keep in mind your technique as you're trying to go as fast and paddle as fast as you can. It's Walton from New York who's begun to pour it on, and it's Walton from New York who has pulled ahead of Rouse from All-American right now. So it is Walton from New York who is in the lead in the men's open single dash with just some meters to go. In the meantime, second place is hard to call. It looks like it's between Rouse and Konechny and Dahl. But coming down, can Walton hold on? Walton staved off that fast start from Andrew Rouse. Rouse had the fastest time yesterday, but hey, it's not over until it's over. As they're heading towards the finish line, Walton from New York trying to cling on. He's got about a boat length lead if he can maintain his technique and his pole, but here comes Rouse. Rouse is coming fast too. Oh my gosh, it's going to be tight for second and third and fourth. Oh, you can't call it right there, but it does look like Walton from New York Athletic Club held on for the gold medal. A fight between Rouse from All-American and Konechny from the Sarasota crew. Oh, just a fight for second, third, and fourth. What a battle there. Thank you again to the SRAA, the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, for sponsoring this live video coverage of all the regattas in this season from US Rowing, Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Melton Hill Lake. Thank you for watching the 2014 US Rowing Club National Championships. We'll see you next time.